uploading. Excellent. I can just close that. Jump all the way back over to here. Now I need to figure out what the heck I'm doing. So what is this, like week 17? Fuck. Someone was asking me the other day, they're like, how long are you going to keep this world going? It's like, I don't know. I don't have any, like, endgame goals. So, week 17. And that's exactly why you don't like it? Well, I mean, just stay in the Halcyon Frequency Discord, because there might be something happening over there at some point. I'm just saying that there might be something happening. I can't guarantee nothing, but there might be. It's a possibility. We need to figure out what we're doing, but something might be happening. D&D is your favorite edition of D&D, but it's not your favorite tabletop RPG. I like playing roguelikes that use D&D 3.5. I don't like playing D&D, but... Also, for those of you who still want to try and get that spoder, I can yell when the hype train's off cooldown if anybody cares. You wish you could find a good Pathfinder group? I don't understand why everybody likes... Okay, so this is kind of just an open question for all of you tabletop RPG players out there. Why does everybody play fantasy games? What's wrong with sci-fi? It's 1,000 times cooler. 1,000 times cooler. Why doesn't anybody play any of the good sci-fi like rule sets? Come on. What gives? Yeah, exactly. Why not both and play Shadowrun? It's like... There's way cooler things. Just like Cooler. There's way cooler things. You know, Cooler, at some point I need to talk to you because I want to redo this screen, and all of my panels at some point. Some point. Sci-fi needs a good DM. Implying fantasy doesn't. Pretty sure everything needs a good DM. Mean you're playing Starfinder? Fair enough. The popularity for fantasy RPGs makes it easier for finding games. The boredom and monotony of fantasy RPGs makes it easy to find games, you mean? Fantasy is established in tabletops. D&D just rolls off the tongue better than your tabletop RPG group. Yeah, true. I mean, I had this discussion with somebody who rated me once who was playing, who was streaming tabletop RPGs, and they were playing a actual play, and it like when they described what they were doing, it was like 18 different words and sentences, including the creator's name and everything, and I'm like, can you just like shorten that down to something a little bit easier? Because like that's such a like D&D is good branding. Whereas, like, oh, we were doing an actual play game session of a modified version of Dungeon World in a sci-fi setting with this and this and this and this, made by so-and-so. And it's like... I mean, I could talk like that about roguelikes, but people roll their eyes at me when I do that. Nerd is basically like the knee-jerk response to that. And I'm a nerd. So I know. You know what I mean? Simply because you grew up with more fantasy media, you do agree it's incredibly easy for a fantasy RPG to be boring and stale as fuck and just repeat every other fantasy setting. I mean, creative setting, and like, I'm playing a boring fantasy setting, right? Dwarf Fortress is a boring fantasy setting. But I think that you can take a boring fantasy setting and make it interesting by subverting expectations, which is kind of what Dwarf Fortress does, which is why I think Dwarf Fortress is interesting. But, you know, dwarves and drinks. Drunk dwarves? Drunks and dwarves? Dwarves and drunks? And sometimes you dunk a goblin, so that would be a DNG. You know what I really like about medieval fantasy that I think is very underutilized, actually, underutilized in video games and everything else, is the mundane medieval fantasy, which I don't see very often. And I love mundane medieval fantasy just as a setting. Mundane medieval fantasy being where there is no magic, there is no fantastical creatures, but everybody in the setting is convinced that those exist. Mundane or low fantasy. Yeah, you could call it low fantasy too. Where it's just like everybody is convinced that that shit exists, but it doesn't actually. So it's actually just like, you know, creative trickery and bullshittery. That kind of shit's so fucking cool, and you don't see enough of that. You do not see enough of that. It's all like, oh, fucking prissy high elves and bullshit. It's like, nah, come on, let's get a lower fantasy. Let's get like, which is one of the reasons I'm so much looking forward to the magic update for Dwarf Fortress, just because like, Age of Decadence, yeah, Age of Decadence or a low magic age. Oh, what's the name? Deception and Deceit. Yeah, Deceit and Deception, aka D&D. Dungeons and doohickeys. But, you know. Could explain the entire production and creation of steals and difficulties faced by different styles and regions, but ask you anything about computers and you're lost. But here's the thing, right? You could also be so far in the future that you don't need to explain the computers. They just work, right? There's also like kind of, you know, sufficient advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic, right? Sufficient advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. They don't need to be explained, you know? I don't know how my computer works. Like, if I had to sit down and build an axe, I could do that in real life. Like, legit, I have the skills to do that. If I had, like, the right materials, I could make a simple stone axe and chop wood with it. I know how to do that. If you tell me to build a computer and all I have is a beach and a forest, I can't do that. So you don't actually need to explain how the computer works. You just need to know that the computer works. And explain this is what it looks like. You know, it's more the visual set dressing and less the actual design and construction of the thing. This is a Dwarf Fortress stream. I don't know if I'm right, but that's just how I think about that. You ever wanted to learn how to be a blacksmith? Nope. I like watching blacksmithing, though. Just like I never wanted to learn how to blow glass, because all I would do is make bongs all day. It's like, So what you're saying is How It's Made is your favorite show of all time, Beermanir. Do 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 do. What else do glass blowers do? Vases. Vases. Balls. Vases. A bowl. More vases. Genuine question. What the fuck do glass blowers do except for make bongs? Like, I'm just as curious. Your wife is under blacksmith courses, and she already made a fork and a bottle opener. I feel like being a blacksmith, number one, really fucking cool. Number two, you'd end up like all those poor suckers, sorry hobo, who bought a 3D printer a couple of years ago and just have random plastic shit everywhere, except instead of having random plastic shit everywhere, you have a billion little coat hangers. You know what I mean? It's like, I feel like I wouldn't want to live in that house, but also that's a really fucking cool hobby. It's just, it's like, it's exactly the same as owning a 3D printer. It's just a lot more work. You know, it's like being a hobbyist blacksmith is like owning a 3D printer, but like with extra steps. You'd blacksmith to make useful things, hooks and swords. Yeah, useful things. I want to learn how to be a blacksmith to make useful things. Guys, look, I made a necklace that looks kind of like a shell, and here's 5,000 of them. I mean, who needs to blacksmith a nail in the current year? You don't. It's useless. Every once in a while, you notice something that is actually worth printing, and it gets printed, but generally the printer just sits for a month. I mean, you printed that marble set, which I thought was awesome. Like, I'm assuming you printed that. I know you posted the video of it. It looked like something you printed. It's more ended up you making tools for woodworking. But like, you could probably, I know it's a very Canadian moment, but you could buy better tools for woodworking at a Canadian Tire. But you know. But like, why would? Yeah, yes though. Actually, yes though. But agree to disagree, I guess. The Armable Machine was awesome to print. Yeah, like you've printed some pretty cool shit that you've posted on Discord though. Some pretty cool shit. Evening Stone. We're talking about very relevant things to Dwarf Fortress. I think I've been sitting on this screen for 20 minutes. Very relevant things to Dwarf Fortress. You know. For 200 bucks, yes. How much does an anvil cost? $100 if you're lucky. How much does an anvil cost? Not if you're lucky. Okay, my point's made. But yeah, that's totally, it's totally fair. You know, like there's also like something to be said for. There's also something to be said for, you know, the satisfaction of doing it yourself. There's also something to be said for the back pain that's caused by poor posture while doing, like, I know 3 streamers. Only one of them actually still streams, who streamed blacksmithing for a while, and 2 out of 3 of them quit due to back pain. So, like, that's kind of, for me, it's like more the bodily cost of doing that as a hobby, or a profession, or a trade, I guess you could, because is blacksmithing a trade? I think it's a trade. It's an old school trade, but it's still trade. So I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Where do they come from? But unless you're prototyping or modeling shit or have a manufacturing thing going, then your 3D printer is mostly going to sit. Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, it's not unlike my synthesizer, right? It's not unlike my synthesizer. You know, like, I play with it once a week and I enjoy it. I need another, like, $5,000 to actually build the Euro rack that I want, but, like, I enjoy it. I mean, Hobo, did you ever end up printing any of those D&D figures that you bought the models for on Humble Bundle? Do you like video games? No, I hate video games. Do you like video games? Smith is the most common trade-based surname and surname in general in English-speaking countries. I don't believe I've ever met somebody named Smith. Like, genuinely, I don't believe I've ever met a Smith. I've met tons of Armstrongs, but I don't believe I've ever met a Smith. It got printed. Cool shit. Yeah, neat. I don't know. I love those 3D printed structures where it's just like, yo, it's like half of a ruined castle and shit, and it's got all the grids on it. Like, I love that stuff. I just don't ever use it. Warning, that is sarcasm. Clearly. No, duh. I hate video games. They are the worst shit. Why would anybody play video games? All right, we need to figure out what the hell we're doing. I've been thinking about just doing so we've done a bunch of forts with, we did a lot of rebuilding of the Tool of Twisting. I haven't done anything with the Dagger of Steam because they are also completely dead. I've barely done anything with the Plank of Dots because they are also completely dead. I've done a lot with the Scalded Books recently, kind of exploring that lower faction, which is at war with the Moral Paddle. I'm thinking about doing a Moral Paddle fort and trying to attack my old forts, because the Moral Paddle is a constantly in a state of not disrepair, in civil war. This faction is like completely destroyed inwards. Like they've destroyed themselves. And they are all at war with each other. And there are several forts as part of the Moral Paddle that have like 1,000 plus dwarves in them that are actively invading each other. So I think it'd be kind of fun to go raid my own forts. We'd be quite a team. I mean, if there's a will, there's a way, King of Knowles. If there's a will, there's a way. Well, that's statistics for you. Smith is the most common surname in Canada, with 192,145 instances of it, but there's still only 1 in 192 Canadians. So it is possible that I could have lived my entire life and never actually met a Smith. Interesting statistic. What year is that statistic from, Stone? Is that like right now, or is that like a couple years ago? Because I'd almost be willing to bet that that's going to change based on the status of Canada. $2014. I wonder if that's changed. Like I'd be, as somebody who lives in one of the bigger, more populated areas in Canada, I have a feeling that that might have dropped. Maybe not by a lot, but I do have a feeling that that may have dropped. Interesting, though. Neat statistic. Thanks, Stone. Your first couple of problems are just doing things too tight or not tight enough. Oh, so you're having a hard time doing that? Twitter can't handle the verification requests. Didn't they, like, open it up to esports or something? I read something about that where, like, esports people could, like, start responding. I don't know. It's a 1 in 88% chance. In America, it's 126. Huh. Absolutely fascinating. That's really interesting. I don't know. I guess I never really thought about it. On how entire books have been written on how common Smith is. It's a very antiquated thing. I mean, I don't want to say what, okay. So I don't want to say what my last name is because my last name is very uncommon. So I'm not going to. I mean, you can find it if you go digging. But I'd rather not just, like, you know, immortalize it on the internet. But my last name is a version of a very common last name that is different enough that it is not a common last name. Like, I don't know. It's interesting. You've heard people doing weird things like saying 3D printers are fascinating, guys. It's like, seriously. Anyway, yeah, so I'm kind of thinking about settling as the Moral Paddle somewhere in this area and trying to invade my old forts. What do you guys think of that? Does that sound like some fun? Because I think, like, doing a fortress with this faction. So as part of the Moral Paddle, we will not get any migrants after the guaranteed 2 migrant waves because we are at war with our own faction. This entire faction is in a constant state of mass civil war. They are all invading each other all the time. And so on paper, this faction is completely unplayable. That being said, we can invade our own faction because of that, which is a bit of fun. So I need to find us some metal. And then we can... Do you think Island Fort is cool? That's not what I was saying at all. But we will not get any migrants because we are at war with our own faction. Not on an island, but on the mainland. Ooh. Oh, that didn't say what I thought it said. I thought it said shallow metal and deep metal. We could do like a glacier. That could be fun. Deep metal, deep metal, deep metal, deep metal. Deep metal. White aquifer, ice, deep metal. You guys want to settle on ice? But yeah, I'm thinking about like trying to steal my own artifacts. Ooh, deep metals. Where did that go? There it is. But I do need kind of a stone lay or a dirt area. Otherwise, I ain't growing anything. Very deep soil, that could work. I don't really want to be on an aquifer if I can avoid it. Tundra would be fun. It's actually a heavy aquifer. You don't see those all that often. It's the old school heavy aquifer. Also, as always, if anybody has any questions about DF related things, feel free to ask questions during this portion or just throughout the entire thing. Nice to meet you, Fortress. Nice to meet you, man. I think we could do that. Very deep. Ooh, but there's no metals. I need metal. I require some metal. That's mountain. This could be fun. So, mountain. The Beak of Droplets is the name of the mountain. The Tundras of Feeding. Ooh. You know what we could do? Let's go up here. Is there metal here? How about this? Because it's called the Tundras of Feeding, I think we have to be in the haunted biome. What do you guys think? So haunted biome, 50-50 tundra. So not a glacier, but 50-50 tundra. Haunted biome. Untamed wilds and haunted. So this side, giant monsters or giant creatures can spawn. So we could get like giant polar bears. And then this side's haunted. What do you guys think of that? Both sides have metal. Neither of them have aquifer. This is literally just a dig straight down. The fortress, like, start, dig, get down, cool, underground, fast, no. That could be fun. Could do that. Could do that. Majority of the map will not be haunted, so it might just start raining blood immediately. I think let's do that. Let's do that. Why not? Let's do something I don't normally do. I don't normally do haunted biomes. So haunted biome in a faction that's at constant war with itself, with the goal of stealing something from one of my own fortresses. How's that sound? Sounds like a good time. So basically, goals for this fortress is I need to I need to get underground because we're not going to get traders. So I need to get underground. I need to, whoopsies. I fucked that up. That's fine. I can fix it. I need to get underground and I need to build a fortress and ooh, actually, what's this? You know, I might actually do this a little bit further up because there's a rocky wasteland bit up there. That's a different kind of haunted. So I think we're actually going to do all three. Oh, no, but there's an aquifer down here now. I don't like that, actually. I think we'll stick down to this area. So, there, that's where I had it. So, we have to get underground. We have to find a metal. Once we get underground and find a metal, we have to make forges and forge that metal, make weapons, train a military, and invade something and steal one of my own artifacts. Krabikis, it's going all right. It's going all right. We're just getting started here. We're just getting started. Just, you know, getting the documents filled out. If you want to follow along, I am posting screenshots of where we are starting right here. And we are settling with the Moral Paddle, which is a faction that is completely at war with itself. Is there any... Yeah, of course, it's going to be completely flat because... You know, we're basically on a on a ice sheet, essentially. You have a question for me as a coffee lover, okay? I have a question for you. Why do you have a question for me as a coffee lover? A name related to heists? Ooh. Yeah, it does. You're right. It does need a name related to heists. Let's prepare for the journey carefully. I've been streaming for 2.5 hours. I need to take a piss. I'll be back in a sec. Good conversations today, chat, though. Good stream today. Be back in a mo. Because I don't think it's an intended effect, Beermanir. I don't think it's an intended effect. I think the way civil wars happen right now is a bug that can happen during World Gen. It just happens to be a bug that's a lot of fun. That I think Tarn has suggested that he might just leave in as a feature, if that makes any sense. Also, chat, if you guys want to help me out, well, not directly help me out, but lurk in Bellinaire's stream. You know, like he's playing on the Halcyon Frequency Minecraft server right now, and just, you know, bump up his view count by a little bit. You know, just help a dude out. Have you drank industrial amounts of coffee, over 16 or more cups? What kind of question is that? And why does that matter? I will abstain from answering that question. Unless you have like a legitimately good reason to ask. I mean, it's a Minecraft server that we're helping run, so you know. Around 20 cups of tea in a day. There was one day when I was really depressed and on a self-harming spat, and I drank about 15 cups of coffee in a day, but this wasn't cups. These were like 16-ounce large things. And I threw up 3 times that day. So I guess yes. Yeah, I have had that amount of coffee in a day. But it's not a frequent thing, and it's a depression thing, and it's not a good thing. I've also had long periods of time in my life where I was beyond addicted to caffeine. Caffeine is the most addictive drug that I've ever taken, by a long shot. And there was points in my life where I was drinking, 3-4 cups of coffee a day, 2 energy drinks, and taking caffeine pills. Yes, I don't recommend it. You shouldn't. It's self-destructive and terrible for you, and will kill you. So I wouldn't recommend drinking that much liquid in any way, especially if it has caffeine in it. The thing that I mean, that's what I have now. 3 cups of coffee a day. I have 1 cup of coffee in the morning, and then this holds 2 more. That's all I have in a day. And then in the evening, I have maybe a cup of mint tea or sometimes a cup of Earl Grey in the afternoon if I need to pick me up on my day off or something. But thank you, Krabikis, once again for exposing my addictive tendencies and depression in my life and making me talk about it on stream. Thank you. You've been trying to reduce the caffeine intake and you've been sleeping way better? You're not sorry, because if you were sorry, you would have stopped doing it a long time ago. But you haven't. Last time you were here, you asked me where my drug stash was. Implying it's something that's illegal. Anyway, where are we going? We need to name a fort. It needs something to do with heists. Something to do with theft. Something sneaky. Something steely. Steely? Steely Dan? Torch Crowd? Nope. Lantern Channel? Nope. Deep Paddle? Nope. Page Sneak? How about actually? What Age Sneak? Carnage Sneak! Rage Sneak. Page Sneak. No. Savage Sneak. Sneaky. I don't think sneaky is an option. Sneak? I got sneak, sneaks, and sneaked. There's no sneaker or sneaky. What's the mission today? Okay, so we're on a rocky tundra that is half evil. It's frozen, very, 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 very cold. And we are settling as part of a faction that is at war with every other dwarven faction and in civil war with themselves. So we're only going to get 2 migrant waves. And the goal is to steal an artifact from one of my own forts. That's the goal. I want to steal one of my own artifacts from one of my own forts. That's my goal. I mean, we could call it Savage Sneaks. Savage Sneaks. I don't know about you, but what do you guys think of Savage Sneaks? So like we need something that sounds kind of heisty or thefty or I mean, we could actually just call it Thief Sneaks. Thief Sneaks. That's hard to say. We could call it Thief something. Or how about well, this is going to look silly for a second. Thief Thieves. We could call it Savage Thieves. Vote seat. How about Savage Thieves? Sneaky breaky, Tamiki. I kind of like Savage Thieves. I don't know about you. That might be what we roll with, chat. That might be what we roll with. A little too on the nose. Hobo. As if dwarves are ever subtle. Come on. Like, remember what we're playing here, man. This is Dwarf Fortress, not Subtle Fortress. You know, like... It's Dwarf Fortress, not Subtle Fortress. I mean, we are Savage Thieves. The Fortress of Savage Thieves. And also, it's not called Savage Thieves. It's called Nogelsh Gakit. Nogelsh Gakit. Savage Thieves. Strike the earth. All right, well, that's it. We're going with it. Group name. The Palace of Fealty. The Trade of Spines. The Steel of Cradles. The Gilded Whips. The Confining Gates. Ashen Girder. The Canyons of Smooth... Nope. The bent doors. Okay. That's not a very effective door. The fresh plank. The road of feathers. Depends on if the human is thinking in the mind of a dwarf or not. Elves are pretty poetic. I would say that humans are more practical. Hi, back. I'm Streamer. You stepped out to smear glue on your 3D printer's breastplate and start it up. Best of luck. Hopefully it works. The disdained lanterns. Dagger of roads. Euristolon. I don't know. Chocolate mint and tea is delicious. I have a big bottle of mint tea that I made myself from my own garden. Like literally, I grew it from seed, and now I have tea, and it is satisfying. It is very satisfying now. You know a pimp lord, motherfucker. You know it. Chocolate mint. Did you know that you can get mint plants that taste like chocolate mint? It's delicious. The bridge of speeches, doors of scorching, the oceanic nets, the furious stockade. I like that one. I generally just kind of roll with the randomly generated names, but I think we're gonna roll with the furious stockade, chat. Oh, I forgot to screenshot the fort name for memory's sake. So let's just go back there for a second. Savagethieves! And now the fun bit. Time to make our symbol. The glories of Glories of Thieves is the name of our symbol. So how would we describe the glory of thieves? What's this? That's in Weeb speak. What's that mean, Hobo? Can you explain without me having to open the Weeb link? It has 9 million views, so it must be good. Also, the world save is uploaded to the drive if you guys want it. Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Also, investments are open if you want to invest tickets and things. The chocolates is more like I feel like in chocolate mint, the plant specifically, when you like smell chocolate mint, or when you're drinking chocolate mint tea, it's not that it tastes like chocolate mint. It's like the scent of the mint kind of fills your nostrils and gives it that kind of like when you breathe out, you feel like you just ate a chocolate bar, but you didn't actually. You know? I don't know. I really like them. All right, so creature, dwarf, 7 dwarves, the glories of thieves. Ferrets are thieving? I don't like ferrets. Simple as that. I like this. So this, whoa, okay. This Logam Inethshat has created Zonnog Dalemanval, a gold short sword, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Bomrek combat tool. So this is a sword that was made in my last fortress. Meaning, in theory, I can find it. Zonun. There it is. Helms failed the incidental sanctuary. And a gold short sword. What if we try and steal that gold short sword? The dwarves are striking a triumphant pose. 7 dwarves are admiring the short sword. It's shiny indeed, yes. Hey, Batome. What's up? It's good to see you. The glories of thieves. This is an image of 7 dwarves. A gold short sword and a gold short sword. The 7 dwarves are striking a triumphant pose. The 7 dwarves are admiring the gold short sword. Now, is there a way to make it look like they're... Oh, hold on. Hold on. Man. Is there a way to, like, make a fortress burning or something? Crescent moon. Tall cross. Cloud, a circle. Let's do this. Let's do a crescent moon. Crescent moon is burning, implying the crime that was committed in order to obtain such a valuable item. A dwarven group based on greed and the glories of thieves. A warring faction is a good place for the scandalous and the selfish. Seems good? All right, chat. I need 7 names. So if you consider yourself to be a conniving, evil little shit in a dwarven world, raise your hands. I need 7 of you. Fuck yeah, Hobo. Hobo knows what's up. Krabikis fits. Pimp Lord Mofo. Moto? Mofo. Pimp Lord Moto is actually just like a game on the PS2 that nobody bought. Batome. And the last one, Alien Slayer. Hobo, Crab, Hops, Knowles, Pimp Lord, motherfucker, Batome, and Alien Slayer. One of these things is not like the other. All right. Let's read some Dwarven descriptions. Well, actually, first, before we read Dwarven descriptions, let's do items. Let's give everybody mining. Now, I'm giving everybody, or maybe not everybody, maybe like 4 of the dwarves some points in mining. We're going to jump over to items. Bring 5 picks. Not going to worry about bringing any of this. I don't think I'm going to bring any cloth or thread. I will make that myself. That gives us a bunch of extra points, which I'm going to put into rum, wine, and food. Because I want to have a bunch of wine to not have to worry too much. Hand of Ezim intestines. Necromancer experiments for lunch. Tasty. And you know what? Why 5 picks? In case one gets stolen or dropped. Well, in caves, you can find naturally growing plump helmets, um, pigtails, cave wheat, sweet pods, and dimple cups. So you can just get pigtails in the caves. Cyrolac, what's up? And also there are normal spiders that also create webs. Webs are mostly spun in the caverns by normal spiders, not giant cave spiders. Yeah, try upping your resolution, King of Knowles. Twitch will automatically adjust the resolution based on your connection to the stream. So if your connection is faltering, Twitch will automatically lower it. So I would try bumping that up if you can. So weird it was on auto. Yeah, I mean, if your connection is faltering, it'll drop it down. Sometimes it doesn't bump it back up, though. You have a dozen animals around you? Is it weird being around animals that aren't dead, Sarah? That's a really odd, out-of-context question to ask. Let's bring 2 dogs. 2 dogs and a kitty. In case we need snacks. And some plump helmets. All right, let's read some dwarves' descriptions, shall we? Actually, yeah, we'll read some. Well, no. I'm actually going to change something here. I'm gonna pop back over to items, and I'm going to drop ropes down and bags. No, I'm gonna keep bags up, but I'm gonna drop ropes down to just 1, I think. And I screwed that up. Oh. There we go. So I'm just going to bring a single pigtail rope, and that's going to give us a bunch of extra points. And what I'm going to do with that extra points is one of these dwarves, if they're brave and they can handle stress, I'm going to give them a bunch of points of Tactician and Ambusher, which are hard skills to train, and they're going to run our military. The first dwarf is Hobo, and he is 79 years old. Hype trains are off cooldown. He was born on the 21st of Malachite in the year 309. And he says, we should all work together because we're all in this together. Anyway, his sideburns are clean-shaven. His very long mustache is arranged in glorious double braids. His very long beard is braided gloriously, which he can actually do in real life, true story. And his hair is clean-shaven. Not true in reality. He has a clear voice and a slightly rounded bronze eyes that have large irises. His hair is burnt sienna, and his burnt umber skin is slightly wrinkled. He personally hates freedom and would crush the independent spirit wherever it is found. He finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity completely awful, and values good craftsdwarfship and dreams of mastering a skill. Desires little for himself in the way of possessions, and he very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. He has an overinflated sense of self-worth and tries to do things correctly each time. Tends to present himself modestly and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He's conflicted by this as he values artwork in its creation and doesn't often feel envious of others, doesn't feel lustful, and he isn't particularly curious about the world. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications and has a tendency to ask others for help with difficult decisions. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at shoddy weather. Hey, Punch Cones, what's up? 4 dogs, 2 cats, 4 finches, 4 doves, 4 guinea hens, 2 lizards, and a fish tank of guppies. Jesus Christ, someone has a pet collecting problem. Why so many guinea hens? Wow. Personally hates freedom and would crush the independent spirit whenever it is found. and finds that the notion that one would persevere through adversity, completely abhorrent, and values good craftsmanship. A little fascist. A little fascist dwarf. I mean, you know, it's... One of my favorite Tarn Adams quotes is from Roguelike Celebration from a couple of years ago. It was like 2017 or something. Maybe it was 2016. It was a talk that he did a couple of years ago about proc gen character. And he said that the dwarves were really boring until they added negative traits. You can if you want. In regards to posting pictures on Discord. Next dwarf here is Krabikis. He is 56 years old, born on the 10th of Slate in the year 332. I don't know why I just gave you a lisp. He's been all right, he says. His sideburns are clean-shaven, his very long mustache is neatly combed, his very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his hair is clean-shaven. He has a very clear voice, and his slightly large irised bronze eyes are close set. His teeth are gaped, and he has a round chin. His nose is slightly hooked, and his hair is dark chestnut, and his skin is brown. Personally, is put off by family and doesn't particularly value loyalty, and dreams of mastering a skill. He is dour as a rule, and conflicted by this, as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He is impolite and inconsiderate of property, generally quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. Quick to anger and has a greedy streak. He is an active sense of humor, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, only grumbles loudly at shitty weather. Cats keep the mice down. Others? Depends on what I'm doing. I never bring the same animals. This time I'm bringing 2 cats and 2 dogs in case I need snacks, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, I often will bring none. Sometimes I'll bring others. Mice aren't really a huge issue. Hops says, for me, the animals that I bring is more of a role play thing and less of a actual mechanical thing. Hops says, a skilled warrior is a beautiful sight to behold. He is 81 years old, born on the 23rd of Moonstone in the year 307. He is weak and short, and his hair is wavy. Whoa. His long sideburns are braided. He has a very long mustache that is neatly combed. His very long beard is neatly combed, and his very long hair, well, of course, is neatly combed. He has a very round chin, and his nose is narrow. His large irised, round, bronze eyes are very close set. His eyebrows are extremely dense, and his lips are very thin. His pale pink skin is slightly wrinkled, and his hair is black with a touch of gray. Also, this doesn't really have anything to do with anything, chat, but it's my birthday coming up pretty soon here. As the main, what's the word I'm looking for here? As the main incentive for the charity stream that I will be doing on my birthday on June 3rd, we have stupid tile sets, and I just want to shout this one out because this is B-Lug's handiwork, and I can't wait to see it in action. But have a look at this. Just look at just look at this. Feast your eyes on that glory. Yeah. We're going to be playing with that tile set if you guys raise $1,500 for charity. Anyway, I want to know what the gun is. Because I actually don't know what the gun is going to be. Yeah. Those are all my emotes in a tile set. Is the gun the crossbow? Is that what that spot is? Anyway. It's brilliant. I cannot wait. Also, I need to check something. YouTube had a weird bug the other day that made it look like all my subscribers unsubscribed, so I'm curious if they're back now. And yep, they are. Whee! Well, that's nice. Although it seems to have still kicked all my videos out of the algorithm, which really sucks. It's a house? Huh. Interesting. Which means kids are gonna be playing with guns? Oh no. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no. Oh no. That's all I have to say is oh no. But that'll be fun. Holy shit, you're not joking. Animals everywhere! I used to have that exact same cage. Anyway, let's read this dwarf. He personally views loyalty unfavorably and doesn't see the point in working hard. Doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. Dreams of raising a family. He is bashful and has a sense of duty. He still views loyalty in a dim light, at least in the abstract, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He is quick to anger and doesn't focus on material goods. He has an active imagination and doesn't handle stress well, and it needs alcohol to get through the working day. And he likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. The next dwarf is Knowles. Knowles is 64 years old, only a few years off of 60 nice years old. 5 years to be specific. His sideburns are clean shaven and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His medium length beard is arranged in double braids. His hair is clean shaven and his nose is sharply hooked. He has a very clear voice and his teeth are gaped. His bronze eyes have large irises and his hair is brown. His skin is dark. His skin is copper. He is a dyed-in-the-wool quarreler, never missing a chance to lash out in verbal hostility. And he is bothered by this since he values friendship. And he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. And he tends to not reveal personal information. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Well, that's not good. And he tries to do things correctly each time. He has a calm demeanor, and he's curious and eager to learn. Likes to take it easy and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He can handle stress and can handle stress but is fearful. Okay. And he tends to stretch his body when he's thinking. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Yeah, so the day for its goal is we're on a half good, half evil biome. And I mean I can show you the screenshots. We are on a half good, half evil biome right there. So that's one half, and that's the other half. We're on the evil half is haunted. We got pretty simple stuff for our metals. Hopefully, we get weaponizable metals. Hopefully, the goal is to. Excuse me. The goal is to steal something from one of my own forts. Steal an artifact, ideally, from one of my own forts. Or destroy one of my own forts. And then you know what we could do? We could destroy it and then reclaim one of my own forts. Fight back. Next up here is Pimp Lord Motherfucker, she is 56 years old, born on the 20th of Hiccup on the 20th of Galena on the year 332. She has a high, clear voice, and her hair is clean shaven. Her teeth are gaped, and she has a very round chin. I'm not going to do that voice any longer because it's going to hurt my voice. Her nose is narrow, and her slightly protruding round bronze eyes have slightly large irises. Her lips are thin, and her ears are somewhat narrow. Her hair is black, and her skin is dark brown. She personally sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, and respects the law and finds artwork boring. Doesn't care about nature, and doesn't care about nature one way or another. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She is a pessimist and she can handle stress. She isn't given to flights of fancy and she does not easily develop negative feelings. She often feels lustful and she tends to hang on to grievances. Tends to be passive in discussions and she thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. And she inhales sharply when she's angry. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at cruddy weather. Rest of the pics are up. You can't move now. Wow. That's That's a lot of pets. Also, I think that room is bigger than my apartment. Does it smell bad in there? I know that's kind of a weird question to ask. That's a floof. That's a floof. That's a cute cat. I like that cat. That's a floof though. That's not an animal. That's a stuffy. I mean, sometimes you feel lustful, right? Biomes is next on the list. She is 70 years old, born on the 12th of Moonstone in the year 318. If only she was born 3 years earlier, she would be born in year pi. Her quite sparse hair is wavy. Her very long hair is arranged in double braids. Her teeth are gaped, and her slightly rounded bronze eyes have slightly large irises. Her nose is somewhat narrow. Her nose is somewhat yellow. Her nose is somewhat narrow, and her ears have small lobes. Her lips are thin, and her head is somewhat tall. Her hair is goldenrod, and her skin is dark peach. She personally finds the whole idea of friendship disgusting and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She is gripped by crippling shyness and rarely feels strong cravings or urges, and she is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. She forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others, and she is prone to strong feelings of lust. She likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and she tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. She likes a little excitement now and again, and she has a calm demeanor. She doesn't handle stress well, and she has a greedy streak. She generally acts with a narrow she generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and she sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. She tends to avoid crowds when she becomes exasperated, and she begins to speak very deliberately. Wait, what? When she's exasperated, she begins to speak very deliberately. There we go. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, and only grumbles mildly at cruddy weather. Do you have earlobe envy? Tell me. An alien slayer is 59 years old, born on the 4th of Glen in the year 329. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his hair is clean shaven. His bronze eyes have large irises, and his nose is narrow. His somewhat narrow ears are somewhat short. His hair is black, and his skin is pink. He personally doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important and dreams of crafting a family, dreams of raising a family. He is a dyed-in-the-wool quarreler, never missing a chance to lash out in verbal hostility, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship. He is quick to anger and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He tends to share his experiences and thoughts with others and rarely feels discouraged. He likes a little excitement now and again and needs alcohol to get through the working day. All right, so I think Krabikis is going to be in charge of our military. His dour as a rule and is conflicted by this because he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He is very impolite and inconsiderate of property and generally quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and is quick to anger. He has a greedy streak and he has an active sense of humor. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, likes working outdoors, and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. We're going to give you Tactician. Actually, you know what? If I give you a point in Teacher, a couple points in Leader. If I give him a point in Teacher, that'll help him do this stuff faster. I don't know what kind of weapons we're going to be using. Where is Ambusher? I really wish I could search this menu. He dreams of crafting a family. I mean, don't you dream of crafting a family? Let's give him a point in scheming. Point in lying. None of these are useful to do anything. I mean, we could make him a master biter. But, you know, we're spending all of our points on things that are pointless. Seriously, though, where's Ambusher? Why can't I see Ambusher? There it is. Excellent. For some reason, I thought it was near the bottom, but... putting all those into ambusher. All right, so now I have some extra points again. Let's go back over to items. Can't do another copper battle axe. Let's put the rest into ale. And an extra pigtail seed. All right. Well, need to screenshot the starting 7. Krabikis will probably end up being the person in charge. And you're going to go get second Dindins? Gonna go get seconds? Go get your seconds. I think it's time to press Imbork. I'm going to be back in a moment. I'm going to get my lunch stuff ready. I'm sure this will go just fine. You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Tamandidan, or so they think. Can I get a round of beers for the fresh embark? There are almost no supplies left, but, of course, with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook. Provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you, but it is spring now, enough time to delve secure lodging ere the wolves get hungry. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here at this place. Knowles Shaget. Savagethieves. Strike the earth. Also, can I just say that Savagethieves is maybe one of the best names I've come up with in a minute? Like, straight up. That's kind of great. Strike the earth! Don't hit it too hard or it'll break. Alright, so this map is going to be really dull looking. I'm just going to put that out there. This map is going to be super dull looking. Looks like Krabikis is indeed our expedition leader. Because of the ambushing skill, will be listed as a hunter. Yep, like I said, really boring looking map. It's big, flat, and there's nothing here. But the top left section is evil. We don't know what it's going to do. It could start raining blood the second I unpause. It could start raining piss. It could start raining mucus. It could start snowing. It could start summoning zombies. It could, like, random demons could walk onto the map. Hey, Nervicious, have a boop. What's up? Also, hobo, I don't know what that is, but it looks delish. Oh, it's beef and cheese pizza? I thought it was a chocolate chip cookie for a sec, but it looked tasty, so I do want. You know, you have almost exactly the same countertops as me. Mine's a little darker, though. So, yeah, this could go great. This could go bad. I don't know. So I guess what I'll do immediately is we need to get under the fucking ground. So actually, let's check something. How'd deep thing go? Pretty deep, looks like. And 167 layers of depth. And 16 up. around on the ground. Oh, also, the areas that are not evil are untamed wilds. So we should check and see if anything's actually spawned yet. Nope, there are no creatures on the map. Just my pets and livestock and us, of course. Yeah, no, the only wood we're going to find is going to be underground. Hops. The only wood we are going to find is going to be underground. So, hit J and build a downstair. Let's make one of the extra dwarves a miner as well. And let's dig 10 Z levels down and see what we hit. Okay, clay, clay, clay. Okay, we're into mudstone. Pause the game. 8 creatures have spawned. We have wolf people. They're down in the bottom part of the map. Of course, wolf people are a person with the head of a tail and a wolf. Person with the head and tail of a wolf. Head and tail of a wolf. We'll screenshot those because those are kind of cool. You don't see wolf people every day. He's going to huff and he's going to puff and he's going to blow our house down. So there's a couple furries on the map so far. What else do we have? Pretty boring visual for the area. And of course also a great horned owl. Not seeing anything too spooky up there. I mean, they're just lost because they're trying to find the convention that they were headed to, you know? They're not sad. They're just furries. Let's go down to layer 25. And that's probably where we're going to live. It's on layer 25. That's going to be our home. We don't know what we're going to hit. We need to make a trapdoor stat. At least your dwarfette's a nympho? You mean a pimp lord motherfucker? I kind of hope that your dwarf ends up with like a dozen significant others because I think that would be kind of amazing. They don't usually happen that way, but when they do, it's very entertaining. Keep on digging, keep on digging, keep on digging, digging, digging. We're on the full moon. Let's see if anything else has spawned. Nope, just the wolf people. Okay, so far not so bad. The wolf people probably won't attack us immediately. Silver lining in each cloud. No, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. But there can be silver linings in many clouds. So now we need to figure out, do they get jealous and fight over lovers? Dwarvens have a pretty progressive polygamy lifestyle in general as far as current status. They don't mind having multiple partners usually. At least I've never seen a dwarf noticeably complain about that. I have, however, seen dwarves plot to kill significant others after divorces, but not in-game, only in legends. Just in stories that are told, but in practice, it seems that dwarves are pretty open to lifestyles of multiple partners. In Long Death, I had a dwarf that had... It was a husband, and then about 8 other dwarves that she was actively seeing in romantic relationships. I think that'll do for our entry hall. We are, of course, digging in rough slate, just for a mental image of what we are digging in. And our one cat that we brought hasn't adopted any dwarves yet, unfortunately. Nothing else has spawned. I don't see anything happening. Although it's the only area that's actually spawned creatures so far is the Untamed Wilds biome. Why do you need, what do you mean read up on stone? What stone requires your reading, Hops? So chat, because of that silly tile set that I showed off earlier, if you know of or have a tile set that you consider funny, silly, or dumb, please do me a huge favor, okay? And chuck it into the Dwarf Fortress room on my Discord. Because I am actively looking and seeking out stupid tile sets. So anything that you consider to be dumb, interesting, kind of funny, or amusing, stick it in there. Because I need as many tile sets as I can get. Ideally, silly or goofy ones. Batome, we're giving you stoneworking. And you are going to start making stuff out of slate. How's the fort coming along? We only just started, Scoopery Doobery. We have a very simple goal, and it is invade one of my own fortresses and try and steal one of my own artifacts. Ooh! Ooh, that's fun. I like that I literally screenshotted that seconds before it happened. You have discovered a downward passage. Intriguing! Intriguing indeed. Intriguing. And, of course, an upward passage, meaning we are actually in between 2 cavern layers. Stone mugs or doors? Tables, chairs, doors, and trapdoors, currently. What are you looking at? That's a good question. You are looking at a 2D representation of a 3D world, Salsa Pandas. Dwarf Fortress is a flat visual style, but each layer that you are seeing at a time is one layer of blocks. Dwarf Fortress inspired or helped inspire the styles of world generation that Minecraft adopted. So one of the best analogs to kind of visualize it is kind of a Minecraft style of thing where each layer is approximately 1 layer of blocks, but it's actually closer to about 5 because they can't always jump from one layer to the next very easily like you can in Minecraft. So what you are currently looking at is a bunch of dwarves mining underground. The little speckles and dots that you see are undiscovered solid rock or potentially solid rock. There may be caves like the one that we just hit, which is why there's a big notification at the top of the screen saying you have discovered a downward passage. Currently, if you look at the right side of the screen, you'll see a little yellow cube and 2 brown squares and a blue line at the top. The blue line indicates surface layer, so ground level. So if I move up a little bit, you'll see the little dot get closer to surface layer, and that is the cave that is moving there that we have discovered. As I go up, we'll eventually hit ground level right here. There is 1 dwarf up here on the surface, which is Alien Slayer, as well as an H, which is representing my horse, a D, which is representing a dog, a Y, which is representing my yak, and if I go up, things will fade off into blue, which is open space. The speckles is 1 layer above layer with rocks on it, so you can kind of get an idea on what's below. There's no trees, so it's a little bit harder to explain what that stuff means. There are some wolf people down here, which are represented with these little W's. The different shades of color represent their job or work that they do. But right now I need to kind of make sure that those wolf people stay at a safe distance. So, because we have discovered this downward passage, something that I need to do actually is I'm going to go put a wall piece right there and a floor piece right there. I need them to go do that right away. I need them to fill those in so that nothing can come in and we can't go down. Granted, now we know exactly where to look for cavern layers, which is very helpful. Very, very, very helpful. Yeah, I can help you a little bit, but of course there's only so much I can do just by describing stuff. So you're going to, need to kind of do a little bit of learning on your own. But as you run into things, I can give you brief explanations like that. But my advice for watching DF, if you're not used to watching it, is keep an eye on this number up here in the top right that I'm selecting with my mouse, or I can zoom in a little bit to make it a little bit clearer. Keep an eye on this because that is saying what layer I am on currently. So if it's a black dot like this, that's representing it's a barrel, which is a 0. Now it's a +1, so we're above the ground. Now it's +3, 4, 5, saying we're 5 layers above the ground. We are now on ground level. Now we are below ground level. That little X in the center is an up-down stairway, so basically like a spiraling stairway that is going down. And as we go down to here, it eventually turns into this little cross-pattern stairway. There's a cave up there, which we're going to have to go explore in a minute. And then down here is where we are actually living, as the dwarves come around here and work. I'm going to quickly make a hatch cover, and then some doors, a few doors, because I need a few of those, and then we're going to start working on tables. Yeah. Dwarf Fortress is a weird game because you'll have people saying, oh, it's like looking at the Matrix, which is not true. It's really nothing like looking at the Matrix. It's simply symbols that are representing items or objects in a world. And because it's an ASCII game, you have significantly less symbols than a more modern game. A more modern game is just textures on 3D objects, right? Well, this is just textures on a flat plane that is representing a board of items that are moving around. So down here we have rough slate walls, which can be smoothed into smooth slate walls. We have slate cavern floors and slate boulders. And we have dwarves that are digging at the designated to be dug out spaces in the slate walls. How evil was the biome? It's haunted. We haven't seen anything spawn yet because we are crossing 2 biomes. So we are crossing a haunted biome and a untamed wilds biome. And the only thing that's spawned creatures so far is the untamed wilds biome. So because the majority of the map is the untamed wilds biome, I don't know. I haven't seen any clouds or anything yet. We haven't seen any zombies or anything super spooky yet, which is nice because we've been here for what, a few days so far. So who knows? If I go to the factions screen, as I was talking about earlier, we are at war with the moral paddle, and we are at war with ourselves. So we are only going to get the 2 guaranteed migrant waves. I doubt we'll ever get a trading caravan. We might get traders from the humans, but that is very unlikely. So we're kind of on our own, basically. We're going to get the guaranteed migrant waves, and that's it. Everything beyond that is, well, luck, I guess. We are digging out this space, and then... good planning here? What do you mean good planning? We are going to dig out this space, and then I'm going to make a stockpile, and we're going to get everything underground ASAP. But hello, Freskins. What are we planning? Also, I would like to remind everybody that my stream team is running a Minecraft server, which is relatively public, if anybody would like to join. And apparently Sundem has built a hot tub. Exclamation point, HFD, if you would like to join that Discord, where you can get into the fortress. Yes, this is indeed a day fort, hence the title. The day fort goal for today is we are part of the Moral Paddle, which is one of the factions that's in a civil war, and we are trying Looks like the wolf people are leaving the map, meaning we might get new animal spawns soon. And we are trying to, or want to, steal an item from my own faction. Hot tub stream win every single time I dig down to lava. But I'm going to ask you an honest question. Do you really want those kinds of people to come into this stream? I don't think you do. Neither do I. So, never. 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 Literally never. Besides, you know what I got that most hot tub streamers don't got? Rubber ducks. And shit cam. And just remember, we play Dwarf Fortress with a mouse. It would be entertaining for a few seconds, and then the water would get cold, and I'd be like, man, you know what actually kind of bothers me? What actually bothers me about hot tub streams is most of them aren't even in fucking hot tubs. They're in fucking children's kiddie pools with, like, no hot water. Like, they're freezing, probably. Like, the last hot tub supposed stream that I tuned into, the person had fucking, like, goosebumps all over them because that water wasn't hot. They were in a fucking kiddie pool in their fucking living room, and it definitely wasn't hot. So, that's just a tub stream. Exactly! It's a fucking shit pool stream. God damn. Anyway, no, I'm not that. I'm not that kind of stream. Not that kind of stream. We're a rubber duck stream. Why would you do that to yourself? I don't know, because people like money. I guess. People like seeing skin, and they like seeing skin in weird places. So if you can get if it's what gets somebody's I'm not here to yuck your yum, and if your yum is watching somebody shiver in a pretty cold pool, then you know what? I guess more power to you. I'm not here. It's not my place to judge. Yeah, that should be everything that we need for the basic stockpile to cover the basics of the basics place. And, donk. Now, you know what? A beach stream? That I understand. Beach streams again. Because skin and memes. People like seeing skin. Life's boring without a little bit of skin. Just making sure that this is level. So we, in this fortress, are a bunch of thieves. Or at least that's what I'm kind of RPing these dwarves to be. Meaning we are going to need to dig pretty deep down and get down to whatever metals are here. And we also need to get to a cavern layer so I can make some beds because there's no wood here. So we're going to go up and down pretty soon and find us some wood. But first we're bringing everything into the fort so I can make this into a meeting zone. You heard beat? I definitely said beach. As in, like, a kind of whiny person who's being insulted and referred to as a female dog. Or a place that has sand and water and ocean. I don't know, you decide. But I ain't here to beat around the bush. I just said that because you thought I said beat, so it sounded kind of fitting. I'm a little bit worried that zone is a undead spawning zone, so we need to be safe. We don't know until something dies there, so. Hey, Squad. How's things, man? What's up? I hope stuff is be good. Stuff is be good. Currently, we're just bringing everything down underground. I should have brought wood with me. Kind of regretting that we didn't. Ravens are spawning? Okay. Alright, see, it seems pretty tame so far. You know, it's kind of a roll of the dice with the haunted biomes. Kind of a roll of the dice. Or of the R. Whatever you prefer. Pumpkin soap isn't the best time machine. Heat death is not pleasant bath salesperson. Insane pandas dance badly. Merry people don't celebrate funerals and suppers. Don't assume that cat has spiders. Cats exist for doom and the apocalypse. Broken brass storms beat sheep. Food is optimal for binary codes. Cats are field day Japanese architecture doesn't include circular pillars. Milky snacks rot in pillars? Pillars rise into breakfast sandwiches. I think Chad is hungry. Walking dogs are bipeds called... I don't know. Called what? What are they called? Justin Beaver. Bever? Beaver. Apparently my A key didn't work. Thanks, Chad. While we dig out this fruit. Best of luck. So that's not how math works. You can't do 666 if you don't have 666. Amazing out of context. I mean, I will be real honest. I feel real bad for anybody who watches me on YouTube and then just randomly hears those. So this is black sand, silty clay, and then mudstone. Okay. All right. Well, let's farm here and just get farming going because I need farming. We all know that I need farming. We need plum helmets. So let's just watch them dig stuff. Is there an embark that you like to use when you start up a new fort, or do I always prepare manually? I always prepare manually. Because I'm lazy and saving stuff is work. Which is, I guess, backwards. But yeah, no, I always prepare carefully. And I usually adjust it depending on what I want to do. But we have this downwards passage going up there and, of course, down to there. There's microcline. Pretty. And fool's gold. So the way this day forts system works is I finish the fort today. That is either retire, abandon, or everybody is dead. So it will go until tonight. Period. But we need to figure out what we are going after. Flak Mountain is literally right there. So we're on the front porch of Flak Mountain, meaning Tower will probably invade us. But we need, that's a big fortress. Huh. That's a really big fortress. Yeah, we need to raid one of my own forts. So, one of my fortresses is underneath that. But I'm feeling like it's lunchtime for our streamer here. So yeah, it'll go until tonight. Whenever this, before it'll end tonight. So probably another 4 hours? Ish? Give or take. Let's do another round of tables. Why do you ask? How long the fort will probably go. You can also have Masonry, Alien Slayer, and let's work on another Mason shop. I can get some tables going. Start working on blocks. After we work on thrones for a bit. With all this haunted and wildlands? I mean, so far it has been, like, not spooky at all, so. That it's not really the haunted that's scaring me. And the wildlands just has so far spawned ravens. And so far it's been dark and ominous and not actually scary nor dangerous. So who knows? I don't so far. How long do you think it will last? Because you've seen all of the same scary stuff that I have, and there hasn't been much in the way of scary stuff, so. We will go right here and dig downstairs. That will be my way down, and I will make a raising bridge. And let's give my expedition leader architecture and masonry. 2 hours. Have a little bit more faith in me. Have a little bit more faith in me. You, right here, Alien Slayer, are going to have butchery and farming. We're going to give you butchery. Butcher table. Once that butcher table gets made, I'm going to, you don't have faith in DF? Have a bit more faith in me to be good at DF. We are deconstructing the wagon, meaning I can make 2 beds. Yeah. Dwarves are all drinking. And drinking. Putting stuff in stockpiles, storing stuff in barrels. Just checking up here that we've done this. I mean, as long as they don't all sleep at the same time. So the funny thing is, we've already found cave moss. I'm going to make 1, 2 pretty large stockpiles. I'm going to make, or not stockpiles, farming spots. I'm going to make a seed stockpile in the middle here. Which is for just seeds. And I feel like it's food time, so I'm going to do this last thing. And make sure that a second dwarf has butchery. We're going to quickly do that. Animals. We're going to butcher you and you. And I'm going to put a wood stockpile down here. And I'm going to make a zone right here. And it's going to be an inn/tavern. And the location is going to be for citizens. Well, all dwarven beds are double beds. So a whole family can populate one bed. So keep that in mind. And you are making that drawbridge. Once that drawbridge is made, we can attach a lever to it. And I'm going to make another zone up here, which is going to be here and up to there. That's going to be a temple. To no specific deity. We have one worship that worships the sunken, which is the deity of fishing and hunting. Food and chaos. I like that. Okay. More dwarves should worship the wild. I like this god. The god of food and chaos. Kavos, the god of seasons. The god of rivalry and healing. God of courage. The god of mist. The god of minerals and gambling. Death. Metals and fire. That's a very dwarvy god. The god of wealth. Fortress and war. There's one god that worships Trist, the god of death, rebirth, creation, crafts, and labor. And one dwarf worships the god of fortresses, of course. Yeah, I need to go sort out lunch, so I'm going to go do that. I will be back in a couple of minutes. If you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat. Hype trains are off cooldown and whatnot. If you need to stand up and stretch a leg, maybe do that right now. I will be back in a couple of minutes. I wouldn't go anywhere too fast. I'm just going to go grab me sandwich and do my injections and whatnot as I need to do that. So thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out today. I will be back in a couple of minutes.
Cheese for everyone!
take a lovely fruit, the tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Hello, I return. Just gotta punch in what I ate. Because I ate a delicious sandwich. One thing about the office change is I don't think I'm gonna eat on stream anymore. Because I am now on carpet. I don't like eating above carpet, especially like at a desk. It's harder to clean floor when it's carpet, you know? You know what's funny? I just learned that if I set my blood sugar meter on my like blood sugar tracker thing down to 0, it literally just says results inconclusive. Please test again. It's like, oi, bud, you're dead, is what it's saying. Also, on the comment on that burger, I might, wanting a burger, but still needing to go to the grocery shop to get a burger. I also want a burger. Burger sounds nice. You seem to have made a mistake. What's this mistake? Workshop. I require one of these.
WOOP.
Whoop! Carlo! I have a question. How does it feel to be a king? Because you are now a king or a queen. Or a baron. Or an important person with a crown. Thanks for keeping that sub alive for 4 fucking years, my dude. 4 fucking years. I nailed that? I mean, the bot did. Like, you're glad you're to still be subbed? I mean, I hope you still watch the stream sometimes. I know you lurk sometimes, but that's a long time. The bot butchered it? I mean, WOOP. That's what she said. What's the story we are telling? In the early spring of 351, the goblin Kutzmub Jackal's tour became the Sacred Iron. I mean, the Sacred Iron indeed. That's a religious figure. That's a religious figure, that. You lurk a lot? I'm glad that you lurk a lot. Even if I don't get to see you, except for when you resub. Thank you for lurking. I need a carpenter, and we need to deconstruct that. So I will get 2 wagon wood beds. You're here regularly? Cheers. Glad to hear that. Chat, can I get a couple more beers? Because that is a 4-year resub. That's a long time. I also need a mechanic. Gonna make some beds. It's twice as old as your nephew. Yeah, you know, I've gotten things like I've been subbed to you longer than my longest relationship. I get that pretty frequently. I've had people saying it's like I've been subbed to you longer than I've been married. It's like I never quite know how to feel about, you know, those kinds of comments. It's always you're welcome? The relationship one is kind of sad, though. It is kind of sad, but it's, you know, it's something that I get sometimes. Frieza's kitten! I think I got that right. As in, like, Lord Frieza? As in, like, our glorious Lord Frieza? Master of the universe and Time and space. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. They got a gun! Chat, we do too. You guys know what's up. Glorious Lord Frieza. You like Vegeta more. Mondo cool. Whoops, wrong button. I should have said this. That's the one I was trying to hit, but Mondo cool. As you should, it's a pretty good game. Question, do you ever play that DBZ mod where you get to play as a Saiyan and just run around and one-shot everything? It just makes you super OP and give you a Saiyan description. And you can shoot lasers out of your brain. Because that's what Saiyans do. We're doing a run as part of a faction that is, or a fort. It's part of a faction that is at war with itself, so we're only going to get the guaranteed migrant waves. We're not going to get traders. We're not going to get an outpost liaison unless something really weird happens. I am trying to steal an artifact from one of my own forts. That's my goal. My goal is to, because every week in this world, I embark and I try and make and finish a fortress in the time of the stream. We are going to try and go after this fortress, which is my fortress from a week ago, which is pretty close to us. It's right there, which is Deep Mine. They have a sword, and I want to steal it. A gold sword. We're going to try and steal that sword for greed purposes. Deep Mine is right there, I think. Yeah, Deep. Holy shit, there's 1,000 people in Deep Mine. Anyway, we're going to try and steal Deep Mines. Wow. I am impressed. But anyway, we're going to try and steal an artifact from that. Hopefully. 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 It's been a hot minute since you first played DF, and your military squad is set to train, but they haven't changed the icon type to the military type. Oh, yeah, you have to set them to active. Yeah, you figured it out already. But anyway, yeah, so we have 7 dwarves, and we are going, hopefully, to steal something from my own fort. Or one of my own forts. You have new plants? What kind of plants? Hopefully they are planty plants, and hopefully there is plenty of them. You know, sometimes I make a bad yoke, and I feel bad about it. That was one of them. But to the Raiders from Frieza's Kitten, what were you guys playing today? Were you guys dwarfing, or were you playing something else? I don't think I saw you in the directory if you were. Only 1,000 should be fine? Yeah, should be fine. I legit read white hyenas going in the ground tomorrow. Good stuff. Good stuff. I'm gonna set this as a dorm. Spring has arrived. Well, you wouldn't know it because the weather is still dirty, rocky, and dead. Great horned owls. You know, I'm not too worried about the biome now. We're on a quarter evil biome, but it hasn't spawned anything scary yet, so who knows. Although maybe we'll dig down and, you know, run into something scary. I'm just gonna dig down to here, and then make upstairs. So we dug into a downward passage, which also has an upward leading passage. So we dug into a cave that connects 2 cavern layers, and we're gonna dig to both of them. Yeah, I wouldn't really call this a challenge. It's more of a scenario. I don't really think anything in DF is particularly difficult or complicated. It's just a matter of, like, laying down the groundwork to be able to complete the thing that you are setting out to do. So for us, we are a bunch of thieves, and we are attempting to steal an artifact that, you know, I had from one of my own forts. And I'm going to quickly make us some mechanisms over here, because I don't have a manager yet. But soon that'll change, you hope? Only one of my, well, actually, technically my kale flowers. I guess technically my onions flower, too. I've eaten onion flowers. Because I grow onions. Little tiny green onions. And they are delicious. But yeah, what were you guys streaming? What were you guys playing today? I'm going to go stalk your stream and find out. Rise to Ruins! That's a good game. I bought that game back when it was called Retro Pixel Castles. A very, 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 very old game. Back then. Well, maybe not very old, but very different game back then. All right. So this is kind of the, well, not scary, but this is going to be our downward passage into the cavern layers. I'm just going to dig around this. Just in case something fun spawns, I've got lots of time to lock the doors. So that's what we're going to do. Go all the way around. Because I want to have as much time as possible. Green onion flowers are strange looking. Have you ever seen kale flowers? They're like these tiny little yellow flowers. Although I usually pluck the buds before they get too big. So that instead of flowering, they just stay these tiny little buds, and it's almost like eating little broccolis. They're quite tasty. Anything up on the surface? Ravens and great horned owls. We've had wolf people spawn. That was, I think, the most interesting thing we've had. No zombies yet, although we are literally on the front door of that. So, you know, not scary at all. Meaning zombies could spawn at any point. But we haven't seen any yet. Also, I like the looks of those plants. They look happy. Speaking of plants, how's the river doing? That's not really a plant, but how is the river doing? Is it still invading your front parking lot? And this will be our plump helmets planty before we run out of food. Because I currently have absolutely no food. I better start planting stuff. Onion flowers are delicious. Yeah, and if you plant the bulbs, you get more onions. It's kind of cool. All right, let's jump back down to this layer. Go over to this. And go down to here and say, no more seeds, please. So the reason that cat was going nuts earlier is because there's a billion vermin in my food pile. Creepy crawlers. Well, we know it's a spooky thing. Two-legged rhino lizards. Creepy crawlers. More creepy crawlers. Excellent. We need to make a dumpster for them. Looks like they did butcher the meat, which is good. Lovely. In regards to the smell of dead fish. That sounds lovely. Looks like dwarves are planting seeds, which is good to see. Just gotta wait for those doors to come down here and get put in place. BTL. Let's make our lever. And this lever is going to be called cave. So if cave gets scary, pull lever. There is an actor named Kale Flowers. Oh, no. Is that a real name? Like a given name? Not like some, like, actor pen name bullshit? Oh, that's awful. What does Kale Flowers look like? Kale Flowers, actor. Oh my god. There's a few people named Kale Flowers, actually. He's in the Marvel movies? You know, he looks like a bit of a shitbag. Like, I'm not trying to judge people by their looks, but like... You ever see somebody with a punchable face? The person's got a punchable face. Although I have had my face described as punchable before. You agree? Okay, so it's not just me then. I don't want to just be an ass, but like, man. Like, you look like someone who needs to be smacked. Someone who needs to be smacked. Make tables go all the way along. I need 2 more thrones. And that's done. I'll link you up to bridge. You'd be scared to smack him? I mean, I probably wouldn't, because that would be an assault charge. But it's more accurately, he looks a lot like somebody who picked on my little sister a long time ago. Who I beat up for his trouble, so. You know, you can pick on me, just don't pick on my little sister. Or I break your arms. Not that I broke his arms, but... Perhaps I should have. All right, let's go see if we can hack down some trees. Let's see what we get. Run down here, Dwarf. I mean, I had to write an apology letter, so I'm not going to necessarily say that everybody agrees with that, but I'm glad that you think that. More ravens. Here comes our dwarf who's going to come down here just to station, just to see what's going on in the basement. And there we go. We have discovered an expansive cavern deep underground. Let's pause. Ooh. Look at how nice and open that is. As they say, so much space, so much room, so many room for activities, so many room for activities, so much room for activities. You, Pimp Lord motherfucker, are going to have a new task, which is woodcutting.
Woo!
Whoa! Not gonna lie, sometimes cavern layers are just fucking pretty. This is a really fucking pretty cavern layer. Just gotta jump back over to here. So this would be the middle cavern layer. A little bit of scouting. Not as pretty as you. I mean, I don't know what you look like, so unless you're talking about your dwarf, in which case, nah. And another, are all 3 of these cavern layers connected? That's kind of awesome, actually. Three interconnected cavern layers. No metals. but lots of interesting stuff. You're scheduled for a chill shift tonight? Working from home, I hope? Does that mean you'll be able to watch while it's shift, or does that mean that there's a bunch of troglodytes over there? Or does that mean that you'll be vanishing at some point? Okay. Where's that downwards passage? Oh, there's multiple passages. That's kind of awesome. That there's 2 cavern passages going up. 2. Not 1, 2. Let's go discover the first cavern layer. Let's follow our dwarf. So let's get those trees hacked down before we run into other problems. That is really cool. I can't remember the last time I found a cavern layer that had not 1 but 2 tunnels connecting them. Let's go find the first cavern layer. We're still going to need to dig down. This must be a really shallow cavern. Oh, there we go. Oh no. When my images disappeared. Google Docs is being shitty. So WFH to me stands for wildlife health. Just for reference. Yeah, this is a much more normal looking cavern layer. I much prefer that middle one. We still need to find metal, but hey. So in order to get to the other cavern layer, we have to go all the way this way. Ay, ay, ay. So they're not actually directly connected. They're only partially connected.
No, 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 no!
You're definitely not doing that? I mean,
No!
that's what WFH stands for to me. Where are you going, dwarf? Or are you going to get a drink? Just go get water. Or go get beer, please. You silly, silly dwarf. Galena's great. What are you talking about? Galena's silver. Galena is plenty. Using silver, you can make some very effective warhammers. Do not underestimate the power of Galena. Let's watch this dwarf run to the other end. I just saw webbed. Okay, no, not a GCS, just a web. Just a perfectly harmless, normal web. Nothing to see here. Although WFH, I know it means work from home, so But to me, it still means wildlife health. It's a very common thing around here anyway. Now you're going to go sleep. Come on, Dwarf. I need you to go for a run. Oh, excellent food. I mean, puppies. Awesome. Meaning we couldn't slaughter mom and dad. Am I a bad person? Kind of, probably. We should make some more beds. And also, it's a table. It's a barrel. I can make 2 barrels and buckets. What just scared the dogs? Oh, a troglodyte. Troglodyte, where are you going? You gonna leave? Sometimes they just run out the front door. There they go. Troglodytes are usually a peaceful folk that usually just want to get to the surface, so assuming we can just let them get to the surface without actually fighting with them, they'll be fine. There goes 2 troglodytes. 3 troglodytes. How many troglodytes are on the map? The dwarves appear to be getting into a fight with them. The expedition leader is fighting with a troglodyte and seems to have killed it pretty quickly. Nice. He's afraid after experiencing trauma and vengeful after getting into a fight. Well, that's 1 troglodyte dead, and its guts are splattered all over the, the table. But we need to find something out that's very important. Is there zombifying on this map? We need to find out. So let's start with something easy while we're at it. Chat, name 3 things that you can do with sulfurite. So that Zesphoridia, which I'm terrible at pronouncing the name of, can feel less bad about only finding sulfurite. So what's 3 things that you can do with sulfurite, chat? 3 things. 3, they don't need to be useful. Things that you can do with sulfurite. Cocaine? What? What's the metal of sulfurite again? Good question. Not useful. Sulfurite is zinc. You can make coins and throw them at things. You can make statues that look pretty. You can make obnoxiously heavy bins. You could make toys. You could make lead batteries and make some shock troopers. If only. If only Dwarf Fortress worked like that. You have sulfurite somewhere, what, like around you? Like in your house? Well, that's kind of neat. So this is where we dug past this cavern layer. Because this is a very shallow cavern layer. I want to see how we dug around this. Oh, shit, there's a troll. Oh, no, cave toad. Running past cave toad. Fighting with cave toad. Running away in panic from cave toad. Getting the shit kicked out of you by troglodytes. This is not good. All right, so Krabikis is suddenly injured. Well, how injured are you, Krabikis? Because Hops is now the doctor. Has he ever doctored before? I don't think so. But is he now the chief medical dwarf? Yes. Is he hopefully going to do something that will maybe equal saving that dwarf? Probably not. Is Krabikis dead? Most likely. How injured are you? Yes. Good to know. See all that red? That's all the injury.
Bring out your
Not yet.
dead.
Not yet dead, so we're not bringing them out. Now you can use that sound command. Alien Slayer has assumed the position of expedition leader of the Furious Stockade. Alien Slayer, congrats, you're in charge now. On food, curry get. Yay! Oh, hey, Garnerite, that's good. Well, Well, now. I think we should make a couple coffins now, don't we? It's okay, they'll find him at some point. But Troglodyte was now named. Also, we're still hauling wood, so it's going to take us a while to find him. Ugh. Yeah, he'll smell by then, that's for sure. Well, rip. Yeah, no, the literal second we ran into that cave toad, I was like, uh-oh, this is not going to end well. And then there were 6. And then there were 6. And then there were 6. The question is, what do we do about this Troglodyte? This named Troglodyte who got the kill. Unfortunate that he ran into a bunch of Troglodytes and a cave toad, but you know. Oh shit, Rothford. Giant polar bear. Look at that. I'll bet you that's gonna taste delicious. Yeah, where are the Ruthrers? I might actually just like lock the doors. Ruthrers aren't that bad though. They're kind of docile-ish unless you aggravate them. They're sort of like bears. They're kind of docile-ish unless you aggravate them. Although I probably have enough beds for right now, so. War train it? Here's the thing, right? I first need to, like, tame them before I can really war train them. And because I know how useless they are, I think that giant grizzly bear caps is much cooler, personally. I don't know whose blood that is. Oh, there we go. We found him. Well, we found the corpse, so that's good. Here's the thing. I'm not gonna war train any of the grizzlies. Or the bears, or any of that stuff. And the reason I'm not going to do that, please don't get mad at me, is I only have about 4 more hours at tops, reasonable time to finish this fortress. So, it's just not a reasonable ask for me to do that. But like, if I was trying to get an unreasonable amount of stuff done in one stream, absolutely. Absolutely. We would get that shit done. But I don't really. So we're not going to. But it does mean fun stuff is spawning. We know kind of the fun stuff now that's spawning. Which is good to see. Neil, thank you very much for that host. Also, by the way, I've had a request made to anybody here who has purchased Jupiter Hell. If you have played Jupiter Hell and you've never reviewed it, could you leave a review for Jupiter Hell? It's just a little request that the developer has pestered me to ask
This
people.
is my favorite roguelike on the Citadel.
So if you played that game and you haven't reviewed it, please do that. Because it needs more reviews and they're getting close to launch. And I just want to see that game do well. All right. So things are a little stanky now. Due to the rotten stray dog stuff. Just a little awkward. And you know, I'm gonna put that here as well. And like I said, if it's zombifying, we'll know pretty soon. I think you can come and haul that wood. And I will forbid the rest of it. Because we're gonna lock this door pretty soon. Pretty fucking soon. Why are you going all the way over? Oh, I see where you're going. Okay. You're headed back into the fort. There is a Ruthrer coming in. Which is all the more reason for me to lock this door. That's, a little bit of miasma. Let's lock everybody inside for a second here. And pull a lever. 1, 2, 3. Everybody should get onto this layer. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where's the last one? Socializing, cool. Pull the lever, Crunk. I know, I can unlock the doors. Let's get all those bodies and bits and pieces out of here. And we will find out pretty soon if this is a resurrecting biome or not. Mostly, I just want to get things outside of my fort right now. What time of year is it? 'Tis late spring and we haven't seen traders, meaning we probably won't see traders at all, which is okay. And chat, I'm curious, what are you guys up to today? Has anybody been playing anything fun that's come out recently? There's a W. What was that W? Was that a weasel? The weasel! GCS! Well, good thing I locked the cave. I don't think we'll be getting that corpse out of here anytime soon. Because that's a giant capsputa. So, you know, I was saying, chat, that spiders are bros. That spider. Not a bro. Not yet, anyway. It's a very scary cave spider. Kingdoms and Castles, pretty neat little game. I've heard good things about that one. I haven't played it myself. I do like that giant cave spider, though. You just reviewed Jupiter Hill? Thanks, Neil. Cheers, man. Thanks, Neil. I really hope that all this stuff's getting hauled. So it doesn't look like it's zombifying, so that's good. Link? I'd like to, I'd be curious to hear about locations of this university, unless it's the real life type of roguelite, in which case that's the truest roguelike, my friend. Although it's more like the podcast I've been listening to way too much of, Roguelike Radio, because I've been going back and re-listening to all of their old episodes that I didn't get to listen to live. as episodes are very few and far between now, and due to the real life roguelike, the real RL. Because the catchphrase for roguelike radio is the procedurally generated podcast where all the participants eventually die, and it's very true to life, in fact. All right, I need to make a garbage dump, which I'm going to do right now. I'm just going to go right here, make a trash dump, and then we're going to start digging down again. How many more years of uni do you have left, Cutis? Because I feel like the way you talk about university, it's either like, this is an eternal pit of despair, or I'm almost done. And I can never quite tell which line you're on. Whether eternal pit of despair or almost done. I wonder, if I put every single one of my dwarves into a squad and tell them to go raid a thing, do I lose the squad? Wait, really? You have 2 days of school left? Damn. Damn, like forever? Or before break? Like, also, if you have 2 days of classes left, that means you're probably in the middle of finals. Meaning, why the fuck are you here and not studying? Go study, what the fuck? Go study. What do we have in the basement? Voracious cave crawler. Voracious cave crawlers have one of my favorite descriptions in Dwarf Fortress. A huge cave monster with hundreds of feet, moving along the bottom of its long body. In place of a head is enormous, toothy maw. It's one of my favorite things. It's only a bachelor's degree and then all over again. Hey, you know, if it's fun, right? I've been watching another one of those shows about drug trafficking because there's a billion of those. And I'm just gonna like look up the name of it because it's super fucking generic sounding. I mean, some people have to go to university and study sciences so that they can be smart so that I don't have to. But I've been watching Narco World Dope Stories, which is a shit fucking name for a TV show. But it's on Netflix, at least in Canada. And the second episode is like smuggling hash into France. Number one, life would be just so much easier for everybody if they legalized weed. But man, that shit's intense. It's like a real life action film. Drugs are fun. I mean, as somebody in Canada who's legal, who is above the age of 19, so can legally smoke weed. Legalize weed, but also don't do stuff that's not legal where you live. Okay. Don't do drugs, kids, unless it's legal, and you have anxiety like me. Because a hit of bud a day keeps the anxiety away. Okay, let's just get rid of all this. Get everybody back underground. Ooh. A voracious cave crawler versus a GCS. That's a scary fucking Titan fight. The GCS just got kicked off the edge. There's also a couple Crundles in the vicinity just hanging out. Where'd the cave spider go? Oh, the cave spider's vaulting towards it. That is scary as fuck. So it jumped down. I'm actually just going to screenshot this real quick. Looks like the giant cave spider got some venom into the voracious cave crawler. I don't know if it'll actually kill it, but it got some venom, so that's something. I'm just trying to get some screenshots for the document. If you want to follow along in the document that I'm working on, exclamation point Dayfort's in the chat, or Dayfort. Whoop! 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 The voracious cave crawler bites the giant cave spider in the abdomen, and the injured part is torn apart. Where'd its body go? Oh, there it is. It got the kill. The cave crawler won. That is terrifying. That is terrifying. I like that we were able to get down there and get food. Or not food, but wood. Before this shit happened. Because I'd be running if there was giant cave spiders and cave crawlers down here. The developer for Kenshi has its own weed brand. You mean its own weed strain? Or like their own brand name of strains? Because I suddenly want to buy Kenshi now. I owned Kenshi once before on another storefront that no longer exists called Desura. Rest in peace. And I don't own it on Steam currently, but I suddenly want to support them because of that. That's kind of funny, actually. Anyway, there's a giant dead cave spider there now. And that voracious cave crawler has a kill. But yeah, no, I have very little desire to actually play Kenshi. It just doesn't really interest me all that much, but I want to support Kenshi now that I've heard about this. That's funny. Do you have a link, out of curiosity? I'm just very curious. It's like, I guess that's what you do when you have a lot of money, is start your own growery. Apparently there's an industrial growing complex like a block away from where I used to live, where I grew up. And my neighbors are all real mad, or my old neighbors that I had growing up are all pissed about it because it's super duper fucking bright at night and the light pollution is horrendous, and I believe it. Because apparently before legalization they were growing trees, like saplings, and they would turn the lights off at night, which is what I remember it initially starting construction as. Well, actually, I remember it as a big empty fucking field. And then they were growing saplings, and then legalization happened, and now it's all weed. Which kind of sucks that the light pollution's so bad, and they don't really accommodate for the locals. But that is funny. I never knew that about Kenshi. I don't know what I'm going to do with this room. Probably just crafting. Twitter just isn't working for me right now unless I'm signed in, which is annoying because I don't like being signed into Twitter. Huh. That's fucking funny. In 15 states. I can't get that in Canada? Damn it! Damn it! That's an April Fool's joke? Oh, that's unfortunate if that's true. Yeah, you're right. Although, they fucked up. They didn't post it at 4:20 p.m. They fucked up. They didn't post it at 4:20 p.m. And some migrants have arrived. Troll is fighting with a cave crocodile. 1, 2, 3 dwarves. Dream of crafting a masterwork. Dreams of raising a family. Dreams of crafting a masterwork. You're a leather worker. And then what am I? Pimp. The camping of a friend of mine is an eternal pre-sunrise looking sky because of Antwerp. What? What? I found while you were stoned when you were with a group involved, the stone people staring at the sky for an hour. Huh. Can you rewrite that sentence? The camping of a friend of mine has an ethereal pre-sunrise looking sky because of Antwerp. What does that mean? Antwerps are light pollution. It makes the sun, makes it look like the sun is almost coming up. That's disturbing. I've never heard of that before. Like that, I genuinely think that's kind of scary. You dream of mastering a skill. She dreams she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She is pleased by her own appearance and talents and somewhat quarrelsome. Can you handle stress? Too bad. You're running my military now, Id. Antwerp is a city. I've never heard of it, but okay. I will believe you. Not because I actually believe you, but just because I choose to believe you. All right, I've got some new dwarves if people would like a dwarf in the fort. But we're going to get them training right quick. That being said, we do still need to find actual weapons. Or at least you think it's Antwerp? Antwerp sounds like a weird stoner band. Doesn't sound like a real thing. Or like a weird, like, anti-ant thing like Raid. It's like Raid, but for ants, you know? Man, I really wish that there wasn't a rock in that doorway. It's very annoying. That's a very different kind of thing. Wave depletion. A very, 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 very different kind of thing. Okay, you... Man, I love the fact that I literally missed the cavern by, like, a tile. Like, we dug right through this. Look at how much we threaded that fucking needle right there. Look at that. We perfectly threaded it, basically. All right, let's go. We need to find the third cavern lair. And we need to find metal. So we'll dig down there eventually. But currently we're just training. Ooh, and you already have... Oh, never mind. You're just a chief medical dwarf, that's all. All right. I need to make a still for brewing. And a kitchen. And a tanner shop. I mean, if that's an April Fool's joke, so all my statements from before go away. Like I said, I still have no interest in actually playing that game. So. Most games are on sale right now, though. There's a lot of sales going on. Because every game on Earth is open world. Dwarf Fortress is free. Who cares if games are on sale? The best game is free. Especially in a world where, like, I have so many games, it's like, it's frequent that I just opt out of playing games entirely because I'm just like, well, there's too many. It's very, 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 very common for me. I play too many games already, I don't need more. I don't know if you've ever run into that chat where you're just like, I own too many games. And I have a hard time figuring out what to play. Spending more money on games would just be spending more money on games. Probably not the best use of my money. Especially in a world where it's like, I'm very dedicated to specific types of games. It's like, I don't need more. I'm all good. There's more than enough games right now. And I don't know. I'm just extremely disappointed by that April Fool's joke. Extremely disappointed. It's a nice, like, mock-up, but don't care. It's like you went from gaining a lot of respect for a dev to actually I just lost it all again. All right, you, once you're done farming, are going to be my brewer. I'm sorry, what? Cuteness? The Library of Alexandria was full of stuff back then, and now multiply it by 1,000,000, and that's the amount of information we have around? Where did you, what do you mean? What? We need more plump helmets spawn. So need to not cook the plump helmets. Also, if anybody wants a dwarf, we do have a few unnamed dwarves in the fort now. I mean, aren't we entirely unsure about a lot of things in history? It's really difficult to tell history from what's made up these days. Besides, like a common like public library now probably has more information than that library did. Hell, I mean, who needs a library when you have Wikipedia? Library is more of like a novelty these days anyway. In the great grand scheme of things. There you go. You're going to go construct a building because I need to make some mugs. I need to make mugs. So that the dwarves are not constantly upset about having to drink without using a rock mug. Not a craft. Mug. And pots. Where's pots? Pots. There you are. For the time, sure. Absolutely. For the time, absolutely. Yeah, but when you take into account that all of Wikipedia fitting on 150 gigs is also all text files, and you look at how big most text files is, the amount of pages you're actually downloading is kind of exponential. Like, it's not exactly a small number of pages that you're downloading. Copper Morning Star. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with a rectangular salt cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of orthoclase and menaces with spikes of crocodile bone. Let's just see. A granite hammer. Whose fort is that? Apparently I have a named granite hammer. Did somebody bring an artifact with them? I'm sorry, what? Relates to the ascension of the dwarf id climax door to the position of king of scalded books in the year 97. Why does it say it's here? Oh, it's because the location is unknown? Weird. I don't believe I've ever seen that before. I've never seen it like highlight my own fort for location unknown. Spawn skull totem. Human skull totem. A lot of totems here. This is a copper figurine of forgotten beasts. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. The item is a masterfully designed image of forgotten beasts in copper. I'm looking for something that we could try stealing. Perfect crystal opal. Copper short sword. Last held by a goblin. Large serrated silver disc. I think the thing for me with a lot of information just existing in the world, it's not a problem of there being a lot of information. For me, it's a problem of no one person can ever learn it all. And then suddenly there's the temptation to learn it all, which I think is very much not a waste of time, but I do think that there is something to be said for one person doesn't need to learn all of those things, you know? So Ruthless Idol is an empty fortress with a bunch of stuff in it, and I want it. So we're going to go explore that fortress. Go get it, dwarves. Good luck. They are, but it's like, I've just kind of accepted there's a lot of things I will never know and will never learn. Or if I do learn them, I will forget them immediately. So it's kind of like, I need to pick and choose what I fit into my brain, because I can only fit so much into my brain. A problem that we're running into as a species right now is we're actually overexposing ourselves to information every day, because our technology and the amount of knowledge we have as a species has grown in incredible amounts in the past couple of years, to unknowable levels, right? And because of this, or like almost impossible to comprehend levels of knowledge, and because of this, how do we continue to learn things when we have figured out more things than our brains can really comprehend and sustain? I don't know. There's just a lot of things that I choose to ignore. What's my manager screen looking like in this fort? I don't have a manager, so blank. But it's usually very simple. Oops, I screwed up. Didn't build a raising bridge. Went on our first theft attempt. We found nothing. Interesting. Let's try and get an artifact that was, there's 6 dwarves in this fort, so who cares if I have a manager? Hazelwood crown. But then again, I think it's really cute when people are like, hey, Blind, could you show us what your dwarf therapist looks like or something? I'm like, I'm not using dwarf therapist, and then suddenly they're just like sweating him out. It's like, well, I mean, I don't use those. Last held by an Etten. Large naff left glove, sized for humans. It is encrusted with rectangular saltpeter cabochons and rose-cut kunsites. It was last held by an Etten in a hunted biome. Looking for something that we can steal. Looking for something that I can steal. Last held by the Dark Goblin Slayer. Large bronze mail shirt. That's a weird place for that to be. It's really held by a dragon or something. Yeah, I don't really need a manager until I have like 20 dwarves, which I'm very far from. Troglodyte bone crown. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with giant bat bone, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of gremlin bone. On the item is an image of a cushioned cabochons in cave spider silk. It's held by an Etten. Let's go recover that. Malignat, the deification. Man, I really wish I could search this screen by where they are. So there's a lot of things in the same places. At least that's what we have knowledge of. Specifically looking for stuff that we could actually reasonably steal. A lot of this stuff is like not reasonably accessible. Victory by Trade. It's a parchment scroll. Written on the item is an essay entitled Victory by Trade, authored by Nemo. Concerns the nuances of commerce. Not particularly useful, but an interesting little... What? Lots of things always in one place seems like something that would produce more artifacts than a traveling group. I mean, yeah, no, it's way more logical that you'll have lots of artifacts in one place. It's still kind of annoying because if they're in one place and we don't have like locked in information, like if it just says last in, it's very unlikely we'll actually find it because it's probably not there anymore. You basically need like to keep an eye out for rumors, because when rumors pop up, then suddenly it becomes a lot more likely that you'll actually get the artifact that you're going for. Otherwise, they'll just go there, they'll ask about it, they won't get a straight answer, and then they'll just come back, which is usually what happens. Also, a lot of these are just books, which is like, woo, not really what I care for right now. Even though like books can be really fucking neat, it's not really what I'm looking for. As you can see, there's a couple artifacts and books in this world. Just a couple. I'm waiting until I get through the books. Just, you know, powering through all of this stuff. Because there's just so much of it. So much. Still in the codexes. I should start from the top instead of the bottom. It does split the two. Still in books. I'm not reading, I'm looking at letters. Last held by an Etten, an half hood. I'm looking for stuff that's actually like achievable. Bronze pike. Ooh. Also last held by an Etten. Lots of Ettens with weapons here. Large copper breastplate decorated with carp bone. Eagle bone crown, bronze battle axe. Bismuth bronze greaves. Bismuth bronze halberd. That one will recover. Lost in Jewel Pit. It's in a mountain now, meaning it's probably held by a dragon. If it just says lost and there's no location, it's probably held by a dragon. Yep. You could. I mean, if you found it, and you found where it was being held, yes, in theory, if a king made a sock, you could, in theory, steal a sock. Or book, or whatever. I think we'll also go for that. So those are all of the artifacts we're going to go after. I'm going to let my dwarves train a little bit longer, though, because they're all just recruits right now. And I want them to be a bit better at their jobs than just fucking recruits. Because right now they're just recruits, and we only have 10 dwarves, so each dwarf is more valuable than gold currently. I also don't actually have weapons yet. So, you know, gotta be kind of smart with what we're doing. Sorry, like, I realize just, like, cycling through shit like that's one of the more boring things about DF. Not the most interesting viewing, but thanks for hanging out regardless, chat. And, you know, honestly, I haven't said thank you enough today. So thank you very much to everybody who's, you know, tuned into this stream, you know. Thanks for watching DF, and thanks for supporting this stream. Someone on Reddit is making a prison fortress. Everyone sleeps in the barracks. And the only person who gets a bedroom is his sheriff. That sounds kind of like fun. I don't know. I haven't gotten down that deep yet because we're just digging out the crafting room. I need to dig down next, so I have no idea. If I don't find any weapon-producing materials, we'll dig deep and get a little bit of adamantine. So I have no idea. I have no idea. There is at least 2 different kinds of metals on this map, but it's all deep metals, and I haven't dug that deep yet, so I don't know. We'll find out. Blind cave ogres, though, and raven people. That's exciting. Although I do love your confidence, Freskins, as if I would know. But yeah, we're digging down now, so we'll find out, hopefully. We'll follow them as they head down. I'm kind of just hoping for tetrahedrite, because that'll just kind of give us everything. That or just like iron ore. Iron ore would be really nice, although iron is really rare in this world. Due to a few things, but most of the Dwarven factions don't even have access to iron. So, there is that. And we dig down and further down and further down. There we go. Okay, so we've dug down all through all the cavern layers I've found so far. Let's just go down to layer, I don't know, 100. See what we hit. Yeah, no, I like the confidence. Freskins, assuming I already know what I have. I think I should stand back up soon. My energy's a little low. Blood sugar was a little out of whack this morning. So I don't feel the greatest today, so I'm just trying to do my best to be chipper. But, you know, it is what it is. Can't always be perfect. Digging down. Tetrahedrite. There we go. Well, we got tetrahedrite, which is more than enough. The problem is we need to. Well, we don't need to, but I'm going to do. We're gonna do a magma forge, just a small magma forge, because I don't have any. Well, anywhere near enough trees to be able to easily use charcoal. So we're gonna use magma. We're going to use magma. It's going to be super small forge. Oh, more tetrahedrite. Look at that. My wish has been granted. Excellent. More tetrahedrite. It's like fucking tetrahedrite, but Christmas. And I do have this one dwarf, who I think is just going to get all of the metalsmithing tasks and be taken off of hauling. This dwarf is going to do literally all of our metalsmithing for us. Little servish. Dreams of crafting a masterwork. And someday you shall create a masterwork. Bellinair, thanks for the raid. That's a short stream. Hope Minecraft was good. Any sieges yet? Nope. You've been here the whole time, I think. We're still on, like, the first year, technically. We only have 10 dwarves. So that'd be weird if we got sieges. Oh, there's a thing you need to wake up for? What you doing tomorrow? Oh, is that the good old game stream starts? Or are you talking about the meeting? Because, yeah, That's gonna be fun. GOG's at 4 p.m. All right. Well, I mean, you'll be on a normal sleep schedule for a minute. That's weird. You are you sticking around, or are you just peacing out? Regardless, thanks a lot for the raid. Cheers. I think I might make the Smith their own bedroom down in the basement. Try to sleep like 5 hours. You do what you gotta do, man. Thanks a ton for the raid. Shit tons of tetrahedrite down here. Shit tons of tetrahedrite. It's great. Let's go down to here. Just a few more layers. Yeah, no, I will actually be kind of shocked if we get sieges. The dead may walk, though. But thank you very much for the raid. I hope Minecraft Stuffs was good. Damn it! Didn't actually want to hit the third cavern layer. But good God! That is a lot of tetrahedrite. It wasn't joking when it said metals. That's a deep cavern layer. Well, alright, well, let's just go this way. That is a shit ton of tetrahedrite. Thanks for hanging out, Tierhack. Good God, it just keeps going down. Just keeps going down. That's a very weirdly shaped cavern there. Just trying to think, where could I put this? I could put it up top. So let's go up here. Such a deep cavern layer. Nope, that won't do. I just need to get down to magma so that I can have magma forges. Ugh. That is not what I wanted to do. At all. Sometimes you just hit all of the wrong keys, and this is one of them. Sometimes this game confuses even me. There we go. You're gonna go keep digging. So I got a long way to go still. Good Lord. Good Lord. But to those of you coming over from Bellinair's stream, we are trying to steal artifacts from my own fortress, or just artifacts in general, is the goal. And this is a day fort, meaning I have to finish this fort today. So, small goals. We're part of a faction that is in a constant state of civil war, meaning I probably won't ever get more than 10 to 20 dwarves, and we currently have 10. Which is, you know, should be a wee bit of fun, I think. There's a lot of giant polar bears spawning on the surface. Haven't had anything evil spawn yet, even though the biome is half evil. It's certainly not a resurrecting biome. I tested it by throwing a bunch of corpses outside. So, and none of them became zombies. So, definitely not a resurrecting biome. We are currently just trying to get down to lava so I can begin a, you know, actual metal industry, which is the goal. So that I can have just, you know, a couple hammers and a couple, just a full set of armor for each dwarf. A full set of weapons and everything for each dwarf. I'm just kind of amazed by how much tetrahedrite we're mining through. Like, there is enough tetrahedrite here to, like, drown a small army. Also, this cavern layer is going super goddamn deep. We gotta be, like, almost there. Layer 130? It's been a fun spawn, though. Then a little bit later tonight, I think we're going to do some more War Sim. I don't care if they're masterpiece. You've watched me stream before. You should know that I really don't care if they're masterpiece or not. But that's fine. You never listen to anything I've ever said, Freskins, so. Zeker, what's up? It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Like I said, you don't listen to anything I've ever said. You don't listen to any of my rules, any of my quests, any of my begging, any of my dreams, any of my hopes. You don't respect my space or my anxiety or anything. You just tell me what to do and break all my rules. It's a wonder I haven't banned you yet. It's almost like you throw a lot of money at me. Seems like everybody can be bribed, even streamers. That's not true. I like you. Where you treat titles like last names. What? War Sim is the one that is, it's a text-based king management game. I don't know what you mean by treating titles like last names. I'm shocked by how much tetrahedrite we're hitting, though. I am actually shocked by that. If I don't hit lava by the end of this digging session, I'm gonna be shocked. The other deep metal is in Glenna. I think it's tetrahedrite and tetrahedrite based on how much tetrahedrite I'm running into, because currently I'm drowning in tetrahedrite's tetrahedrite worth of tetrahedrite, and that's a lovely looking little pub, Bellinair. I like it. But yeah, no, we are just running into tetrahedrite covered in tetrahedrite, bathed in tetrahedrite with more tetrahedrite. So, you know, I think that both of the deep metals are tetrahedrite at this point. That's my current assumption. Oh, I'm supposed to go down, not up. Duh. We're digging in it. Freskins. Oh, there it is. I have hit lava. Alright, let's just do this then. What? Oh, I got more migrants, apparently. Apparently, we got more migrants. You dream of crafting a masterwork someday? Well, hope you like the military. Do you dream of falling in love? Okay, you know what? This dwarf is going to be my tavern keeper. Do I need a tavern keeper? No, but you're going to be my tavern keeper. And the only occupations I'm going to give you is farming fields and brewing. You dream of crafting a great work of art. You can also join the military. You can also join the military. And who the hell was stupid enough to bring their children? I mean, I guess. Slaughter that alpaca and slaughter that reindeer. Steaks. All right, we're up to 16 dwarves now. I wonder, actually, what happens if I channel into this? I'm just kind of curious because I don't know. Well, that's helpful. So that means I could just do this. I don't actually have to dig into the magma sea. I could totally just, like, put a furnace, like, right here. Which I'm going to do. Someone grabbed the spear? What? What do you mean? What do you mean by somebody grabbed a spear? No, they must have just had skills from before. Because I don't have any weapons. They do not have a spear equipped. What's that red stuff? Semi-molten rock. We're on the edge of lava. It's the stuff that spawns lava. There you go. You're going to go construct a building, and we're going to get you smelting some tetrahedrite. And this dwarf, who I'm going to name Freskins, is 60 nice years old, is a dubious worshiper of Bastion Fortress, and she is short and is very skinny with a round chin and has a clear voice. Her teeth are gaped, and her ears are free-lobed. Her eyebrows are slightly low, and her hair is burnt sienna, and her skin is brown. She personally sees lying as an important means to an end, and thinks that it is of the utmost importance to present a bold face and never grouse or complain, or even show emotion. She thinks she values sacrifice and finds maintaining decorum silly and a fumbling waste of time. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Is quite polite, though she is troubled by this natural tendency in herself since she finds dignified society to be stifling and silly when properly considered. She tries to keep her things orderly. She doesn't seek out excitement and has an active sense of humor. Welcome to the fortress, Freskins. I don't give you enough dwarves, so I have to give you a dwarf sometimes. There you go. You can be dwarfed, and you can make lots of things out of tetrahedrite. Tetral dehedrite. And I'm going to put a little bedroom here. And this is going to be Freskin's bedroom. Because Freskins is going to be doing all of our stuff down here. You will fall victim to a lava crab. Well, I mean, if it's a lava crab that is, you know, like, where would it spawn? Like, straight up, how would it spawn if I'm getting it out of a lava flow and if I'm blocking the lava flow with the smelter? I would have to be pretty silly to let one spawn now, wouldn't I? I would have to be pretty silly. I'm going to make a big old food stockpile. I don't need all of it, but I'm going to make a big old food stockpile. And no seeds. And stop storing food up here. It's a waste of space. It's truly, truly, truly a waste of space. Oh, it'll be very warm and toasty down there, trust me. Trust me, it'll be very warm and toasty. I need this job to be put on pause for a second so that you can finish. Well, first off, destroying that, and then going down into the basement and building the other thing. Because I built the wrong kind of bridge here. You can block them with both of them. It's not hard. Is anybody going to go construct building? It's funny because like no one's got that job queued up, but regardless, that won't block it. So I'm not worried. Yeah. See? Right. There. Won't block it, but that right there will block it. So you'll get it. It'll be fine. How many doors are we at? I think it's 16. Do you want the warm stone in your bedroom or nah? Because you're getting a warm stone in your bedroom. It'll be very hot and toasty in there. It will be very, 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 very hot and toasty. You're constructing a bed. Guess I need... Yeah, it's fine. They're all busy storing stuff in stockpiles right now. We'll just wait until it gets done. 'Cause it'll take a minute, but they'll get it all done. And then once it's done, we can start smelting all of that tetrahedrite, because I got more tetrahedrite than I really know what to do with. Like, honestly, more tetrahedrite than I really know what to do with. This fortress feels super busy considering how empty it is. Ooh, polar bear people. Giant eagle and a large rat. Chat, we have a very, very, very important person has spawned. The Batman, not to be confused with the Batman, is on the map. There is a Batman here, not to be confused with the Batman, who is equipped with a blood thorn spear and is covered in hungry head blood. We have a Batman, chat. A hostile Batman. This is actually kind of amazing. You don't see Batman very often, especially the Batman. Hopefully we don't have any comedians in the fort. Otherwise, he will immediately be plotting to kill us all. I mean, specifically the comedian. It is actually true that they target the dwarf with the comedian trait first. No. That's the Batman. This is a Batman. Not to be confused with the Batman. Okay, so the Batman could be Adam West. This is a Batman. Very different. Very, very different. Do not confuse the two. It's not me who came up with this shit. Okay?
Magma? Is this fucking magma?
No, this is not magma. Okay? The DF wiki clearly states... The DF wiki clearly states that things to watch out for when dealing with Batmen. They show a preference to working individually, paired up with different birdmen of some type or with nightwings. They are most likely to target a dwarf whose comedian attribute is at the highest level. They are exceptional detectives, and given enough preparation time, they can defeat any foe. Their default identities are a secret. If you turn this off, your chasm will flood with nobles instead. They breathe in space. And they are vengeance. They are in the night, and their parents are dead. Do not Feed them nachos. They do not eat nachos. They prefer hot dogs instead. It's a Batman, not a the Batman. Do not confuse the two, okay? They are similar to, but not related to, giant bats. I should really stop it with this bit. You go sandwich. Different multiverse. Exactly. There you go. Exactly. No, a werebat's totally different. That's a humanoid twisted into a bat-like form. This is a Batman, not to be confused with the Batman. And that's my desktop, and that's my mouse, and a rubber duck. I don't know what that has to do with anything. I'm simply describing obvious things that I've discovered. And it's always fun when you find a Batman. Not to be confused with the Batman. I mean, we also have a family of polar bear people. How you doing, Side Scoop? We found a Batman. As well as a giant eagle. It's specifically a Batman spearman. That killed a Crundle. I think. I mean, there is a dead Crundle. Actually, is that a Crundle or is that my cat? Yeah, it's definitely a dead Crundle. You've never seen this view before? This view? That's because, well, I'm in a new office now. And we have brought back Shitcam. This is Shitcam. I had Shitcam once before, but Shitcam broke because Shitcam was too shit. So now, Shitcam hath returned. Myth. I'm also in a different room from before. I can roll over my headphone cable still, but I can sink into the void. Look at how much space I have in here now. It's wonderful. Look at how decapitated I am. I actually want to stand up. Just watching this Batman walk around in the background. Not really. Not really life depletion. There's room, but not so much room. There's enough room to stream and get the basics done. Saying so much room is a bit like, a bit much. I mean, I do actually have enough space for a DDR mat in here. I don't have the hand-eye or the foot-eye coordination to actually play DDR, but. Pork chops and side pasta. He means pasta and side pork chops, please. I don't know why people say it's pork chops and side pasta or steak and side pasta or whatever, because like in reality it's like you have more pasta than pork chop, most likely. So thus it's probably more accurately, instead of pasta and pork chops, it's like it's pork chops, and it's definitely more like the other way around, right? There isn't enough magma below that. Well, okay. 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 I need more magma. I didn't dig up enough magma. It's a sidekick? I don't know what you mean. I mean, there better be more pasta than the entree, or it's pretty shitty pasta. Damn tubes always fooling you into thinking there's magma in them. No, unless there's red tildes, there's no magma. You haven't had Alfredo in a couple of years? Man, you got to get back on that Alfredo kick. You got to get back on that Alfredo kick. I've been eating pasta and nachos for the past like week because I have a shit ton of salsa because my mom gave me this massive jar of spicy salsa and my dad doesn't like spicy salsa. And my mom accidentally bought spicy salsa, so my mom gave me this big old jar of spicy salsa. So I have lots of spicy salsa. So I've been eating lots of spicy salsa. Oh, those things. Ew. I don't like sidekicks. Too much sodium. So I have a shit ton of spicy salsa. So I bought some big old tortilla chips. And I've been eating spicy tortilla chips with spicy salsa and pasta. I've had that every day for like way too long. Sounds good right about now? Sounds good right about now over here too. Yeah, I tend to agree with that. Does indeed sound good right about now. Right about yesterday, actually, which is when I had it. But I will have that again tonight. Is there cheese in the salsa? I don't have any cheese currently, no. But I don't eat cheese very often, so. And if I do, it's usually vegan cheese, so it doesn't quite have the same effect. So it's just salsa. Just salsa. I had some avocado with it 2 days ago, though. Although I'm out of avocado now, so. It wasn't a guac, it was just an avocado. I just had a avocado. So I sliced some avocado and had some avocado with it. It's good. Yeah, I would put cheese on it if I had cheese, but it's very rare that I actually have cheese around now. So there just isn't enough lava down there. There's a little bit of lava, just not enough lava. So what I could do is so I could build a little wall there out of slate blocks. Then we're gonna go up and over it. A ramp going up. We're gonna fill this side up. Up with lava. And a ramp over there. Give my dwarves a break. Get them to help come down here and help work on this. Did that just fill up? I don't know. The random veins of red are semi-molten rock, meaning there's lava on the other side of it. I haven't found the magma sea because I am probably like nestled right in between two big old lava flows in the lava sea down here. So that's what the air quotes random red is. It's lava sea. Magma sea. I don't actually know why I put that ramp on the other side. I didn't need to do that. It's more of a, in case somebody gets stuck down there. But I really didn't need to do that. Okay, so you, right here, we're gonna dig out. You dig up, and to here. Oh, look at that. Even more tetrahedrite, because there's bajillions of it, which is lovely. All right. There we go. Found more warm stone, meaning there is lava on the other side of that. Basically, I'm in the magma sea, just not in the magma sea, if that makes any sense. Day jar? Is that like Jar Jar Binks' like third removed cousin? You know what? Where are we? How big is my jar of salsa? I'm not sure. But I have maybe 1 or 2 servings left. To be blunt, I don't really pay much attention to, like, the milliliters of it. So, I don't know. There we go. We found the magma sea. Get out of there, dwarves. We got a problem. All right, so how many dwarves do you guys think are going to die in the next 10 seconds? 3? I would guess. Raise his hand. Raw adamantine, praise the miners. So here's what we're gonna do. Get in the burrow. None? Maybe? Huzzah! Nobody's dead. Ding dong, no dwarves are dead. We all survived, and none are dead. Hallelujah. None of them died. See? This is what you call a streamer who's pretty good at his job. Nobody's dead. All right, well, screw all of this, I guess. Here's what we're gonna do. Let's see how tall this is. There's quite a lot of it. All right, so let's go up to about here. We're going to dig out this. Basically, we're gonna dig out this layer right here. This is where we are going to put the magma mines. All right, so I can turn this off. The layer beneath, we're also going to dig out. And the layer beneath is going to be where we put the forge. Or rather, this layer down beneath is going to be the area that we fill up as a reservoir. I mean, I'm not great at DF, but I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. All right. Let's hopefully not lose any dwarves, yeah? Let's not lose any dwarves if we can avoid it. Because we are going to dig all the way up to there. And that's going to be where we're actually going to dig in, all the way down at the end there. There's so much tetrahedrite down here, it's ridiculous. Yeah, I know I'm not going to start claiming that I'm great at this game or anything, but I'm pretty okay, I think. I'm pretty okay. Actually, you know what? I do not need to do any of that. Kind of just happy that nobody died there. Let's just let the dwarves dig. Streamer is pretty okay at DF. Pretty okay at DF. Not great at DF. I never claimed to be great at DF. I'm just pretty okay. No deaths is like the most impressive thing about that whole thing, though. It's like, well, if I just let them keep mining, they probably would have all died. But the fact that there was no deaths I mean, people who watch my streams accuse me of being good at this game all the time. Now, while it's a flattering accusation, it's still an accusation because I don't necessarily think it's true. It is nice of people to say, though. I will be truthful about that. It is nice when people say that I'm good at this game. I just don't know if I necessarily agree. Let's just get that little room done first. Better than me. I'm better than a lot of people at this game, but I'm not the best. Even when burning to death, nobody's burning to death. Nobody burned. Nobody caught fire. It's fine. Nobody caught fire. It is all good. But Tome, I need to give you a new job. You are going to be our stone detailer. Or one of our other stone detailers. Now we have 2 stone detailers. We can follow them as they run all the way down. What can you do if a forgotten beast spawned on top of a tree and the tree is in the middle of a body of water in the cavern? Should you just leave it there? Yeah, it depends on if it can fly. Is the game paused? Like, is it moving? Because, Hamlam, if it's there and it's just not moving, you could just leave it there. If you're pretty good at little fancy DF tricks, you could do something that I like to do in situations like that, which is go a couple layers above them and cave some stone in on them and crush them. If you want to kill it. Otherwise, you have a new pet. Yeah, if it can't fly and if it can't get down and it's stuck up there, you could just leave it there. But like I said, if you want to get fancy, you could cave in like a chunk of floor above the thing and crush it. Or you could just leave it there. Often, if they spawn on top of trees, they are usually stuck. And as I said, if they're stuck, you can just leave it. Doesn't fly, it's a salamander. Okay. Does it have any cool powers? But yeah, you could crush it. You could try and build some weird contraption to trap it. It has deadly blood. Oh yeah, no, it's harmless. it's a very scary fortress mascot you got. So this is going to be my my smith's bedroom, which is Freskins. Also, like I said earlier, if anybody wants a dwarf, we have 16 dwarves and only like 6 of them are named. So we do have a few dwarves that need to be named. What's the little yellow star in the magma? Probably a fire snake. Let's pause and find out. Yeah, it's a fire snake. They're vermin. So little stars are vermin. Do you have a dwarf? Absolutely not. Would you like one? You could be another one of our dedicated weaponsmiths. Gold poke. Gold poke doesn't feel anything after being unable to practice a craft for too long, but feels satisfied after remembering teaching dodging. I'm going to remove you from the military and get the rest of the military training again. And let them sit for a second. And wonder to myself why they haven't gone back to training. It's fine. But Gold Poke is 59 years old, and he has a very clear voice, and his teeth are widely spaced. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes almandine and rose gold, praise opal, crystal glass, and coral, and the color midnight blue. And he has a long mustache, which is arranged in double braids, and a very long beard, which is arranged in double braids. His hair is clean-shaven, and his slightly close-set bronze eyes have large irises. His ears are somewhat narrow, and his nose is somewhat narrow. His hair is burnt sienna, and his skin is cinnamon. He personally finds independence and freedom completely worthless, and values tranquility and a peaceful day, and has a sense of duty. And he acts with little determination and confidence. He tends to be a bit stubborn when changing his mind about things, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. Deadly spittle means that they can spray acid out of their maw or jaws or mouth, so very far from useless. It means they can shoot acid. So unless like you consider having acid shot at you useless, then no. I mean, that's very much not what I would describe as useless. Having acid shot at you. And then that'll be the second. That'll be the weaponsmith. Gold poke. But yeah, no, I would be where it's deadly spittle. Basically, unless it's got deadly blood, because deadly blood is basically just, oh, its blood is like the alien blood from Alien when they bleed and then the acid like drains through the floors and like melts everything all the way down to the base. That's like deadly blood. Everything else is dangerous and should be treated as such. And, I'm basically trying to do the good old-fashioned airlock technique here. Sort of. So has this been assigned to Freskins? Yes, that's been assigned to Freskins. This other one up here is going to be assigned to Gold Poke. And Seeker, you would like a dwarf. Seeker, the Tavern Keeper. Seeker, she feels euphoric due to inebriation. Within the last season, she was content after having a pretty decent drink and felt satisfied at work. And she was interested after watching a performance. She is 74 years old, born on the 6th of Opal in the year 315. Unfortunately, if she was 75 years old, she would have been born in the year Pi, which would have been a much better year, and she is sad about this. I don't know if she's actually sad about this, I just made that up. She has a very clear voice, and her ears are somewhat narrow. Her somewhat narrow ears are flattened. Her teeth are gaped, and her hair is clean-shaven. Her bronze eyes have large irises, and her lips are thin. Her hair is buff, and her skin is copper, like Electroman and Alexandrite, and she dreams of falling in love. Personally thinks romance is very important in life and finds humor in most situations. Often finds herself changing her mind, and she is to agree with somebody else, and she often spends unnecessary effort and can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. She is often sad and dejected and takes no pleasure in her talents and appearance. She easily falls in love and really develops positive feelings. Wait, what? And she rarely develops positive sentiments. And she is troubled by this because she values romance, and she tends to avoid crowds. She tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass and does not often feel lustful. This dwarf is doomed. Anyway, good luck. Ouch? No, not really. When I run in the morning, usually 3.14 mile. That way, you always start you always start your day with pie. I can't tell if that's a joke or not, but regardless, I hope that's true, Darren. I do hope that that is true. Okay, so I will build a ramp up right here. A wall there. And channel out the top of the ramp right there and put a trapdoor over top of it eventually. So ideally, I will have a safety spot once this is all done. Well, first off, you have to scratch the counter. As if you want to build it from scratch. You know what? I guess I have to do this with upstairs and downstairs because this one got canceled. I actually love that line. If you want to make an apple pie from scratch, first you have to invent the universe. I kind of love that line. It's kind of poetic and kind of beautiful in a weird way. It's like one of the better quotes. Why are we throwing tables? What's up? Stupid. Do you remember when like Twitch Prime emotes were kind of a cool, neat, unique thing? And then like now literally everybody on Twitch has them more or less. The fact that xenomorphs, their blood that is such high pressure that they are basically a walking pressure bombs, turning any piece of their carapace into shrapnel. I love all of those little known factoids out of xenomorphs. I also love the fact that the term xenomorph is never actually said. Like almost anywhere in the canon of that show. Or those shows, I guess. Movies. I love Alien and Aliens as a franchise. Super fucking fun little set of movies. Did I do this in the wrong spot? I think I did. Nope, I didn't. Giant cave toad is fighting with a giant cave rat. I've read every comment. Okay, then you know more about Alien than me. Although most of my Alien knowledge outside of the movies comes from Wikipedia, so maybe I do. I don't know. I've never been much of a comics reader, so. Why do we need water? Do I have animals that need water? Nope. Was there an injury? Nope. I don't know. Time to disable shitty notifications. We are almost done with this. What the heck is Runekeeper? Dinner time? Alrighty, audio. We will be doing some War Sim a little later. Oh, Runkeeper. I also don't know what Runkeeper is. Oh, it's the app that you use to track your runs and walks. I should have, like, figured that out, you'd think. You'd think I would have figured that out, but I super didn't. Doors in place. First wall piece is in place. So does that mean you've run 1,000 days in a row then? That's kind of awesome. I wish I had that kind of dedication to running, and I wish I had knees that worked well enough that I could run on concrete again. All right, chat. Let's see who gets to dig this channel. Hobo gets to dig this channel. Hobo's going to go be a hero. All right, chat. Do you guys think he's going to get it done, or do you think he's going to die? Hobo, do you think you're going to get it done, or do you think you're going to die? I don't even know if he's listening to the stream right now. He may be lurking. I guess we'll find out now, won't we? Guess we will find out. We shall find out. Vote no. Hobo think he gonna die. Moving forward one turn at a time. He's mining it. Raw adamantine. Praise the miners. We found more raw adamantine. Would you look at that? Okay. That's the next frame. Let's see if he lives. Looks like he lived. And that's probably the safest way that I know of anyway. To dig out some lava. There it goes. There she fills. He will live with a burnt toe. Well, hail those miners. We shall start filling in this wall. Look at all those magma crabs. Look at all that adamantine. Is there any spires on this? No, but there is shit tons of tetrahedrite. That will be more than enough lava for us to get the forges up and running, and for us to have a pretty steady supply. It's also going to be more than enough for us to keep these bedrooms nice and hot. Also, it's nice and safe because it's flowing through a fortification which I constructed. Nice typo. Scoop. You know, if you eat less beans, you won't have as much of a problem with that, right? Like, you don't even have the, like, excuse there. A and O are nowhere even remotely close to each other. Gosh darn it, sure. Sure, gosh darn it. Let's put a final upstair right there. And just use a mudstone block. Workshop. Magma forge. And there we go. And I'm going to make a stone stockpile right here, which is going to only be for metal ore. You're also hungover? Oh no. Drink water. Lots and lots of water. Maybe take an Advil if the headache's bad. Also, Chad, I just have to say a massive thank you for helping us stay above that 300 sub mark. Because seriously, that shit goes a long way. Just want to get rid of some of this pesky gabbro that's just on the floor here, so we're going to queue up some pointless construction just to get rid of some of it. I wonder how many Z levels worth of lava we have down here. Only 2. It's going to take a little bit to fill, but we'll get there. We got plenty of lava. Plenty of lava. I'm going to deconstruct that stairway. And then we can start working on the important stuff. Dwarves have suspended the construction from the magma forge, probably because there's a rock on it that wants to be used as part of construction. So now we just need to wait for that to fill a little bit. Let's just forbid and hide all of these just so that we don't see them. Because who actually cares? I certainly don't. I hope you're hungover for good reasons and not bad reasons, though. Oh, hey! Our ghost friend finally spawned. Krabikis has risen and is haunting the fortress. All right, we got to jump up to the actual, like, this layer and, you know, make a slab form real quick. I kind of feel bad that I've been ignoring that, but I was wondering how long it would take for a ghost to spawn of our ghostly dwarf. Oh, you gone. Oh, no, you back. Our expedition leader died pretty quick when we started this fort because there was kind of a little bit of a problem with this thing called well, giant cave toad, and then, like, I don't know, maybe 20 troglodytes, it felt like. Probably 752 troglodytes anyway. So yeah, you got kind of beaten to death by a bunch of troglodytes while exploring Cavern. It's kind of unfortunate, but you know what happens sometimes. Like, what are you going to do, right? Just troglodytes being troglodytes. It's kind of hard to stop troggies from troggying. Even though it's an embarrassing thing to die to, it's still unfortunate and not a lot that we can do about it. Not a lot that we can do about it. I'm just proud that Hobo got in and out of that without actually hurting himself, you know? Just wait until that rock slab is done. Oh my god, are you really carrying a boulder that far? That's... That's a very far distance to carry a rock. Wow, you're not lying. Yeah, chat. Darren has screenshot proof that he runs 3.14 miles every day. That's kind of awesome. Also, that's a couple of calories you got there. Man. That makes me want to run like 6.66 kilometers every day or something stupid. Or 666 meters. Much easier. I really like that. Also, on the topic of pie, side scoop, you said that you're hungover right at pie o'clock here. 314. Speaking of pie o'clock, chat, my birthday's on June 3rd. Should I get myself a pie? Like a slice of pie from the store? A slice of cake from the store? Or a cupcake? I haven't decided and I've been thinking about it. I'm curious on your guys' input. Give blind pie, give me pie. I mean, I don't know if I need pie right now. This is almost deep enough. It's gonna immediately cancel. Yeah. Need that to stop blinking. You always go for cake. Chat, what's your favorite kind of pie? And what's your favorite kind of cake? Because for me, highest tier pie, IMO, is an apple pie. It's even better if it's an apple pie with a really sharp cheddar on it. Favorite kind of cake? Probably just like a plain vanilla cake with a nice chocolate icing. I'm hungry now. Pecan? Pecan's very underrated. Pecan's very underrated. Pecan's probably like a close second, actually. If I were to pick like a close second favorite, I never liked the cherry pie personally. Hershey's cream pie, the fuck's of that? Blueberry with apple? Mmm. Yeah, blueberry with an apple coming in second. I would also agree with the blueberry pie. Blueberry pie's up there. I think like for me it's like a lot of fruit pies really high up. Like I know there's like, you know, pecan pie is really good. Like an almond nut pie is also really good. But for me, I think that like even a banana cream pie is really good. But like, and I know there's a lot of like, oop, that's not a door. That's a downstairs. I need a door. I don't have a door. I know there's a lot of really high tier pies out there, but you know, actually let's get a second smelter up and running, because right now I have one smelter and one of those. Let's get Biomes. Biomes, you can be taken off of hauling and be put onto furnace operating, metal crafting, and blacksmithing. There's various nut pies out there, yeah. You know, like you can make an almond pie. You can make a pecan pie. I actually once had a peanut butter banana pie, which was incredible. I don't even like peanut butter, and that was amazing. This looks like a bit of pain without the manager. Why? What has happened that looks like pain? I mean, not having the manager actually just makes it a little bit, I don't know, more mechanically interesting for me, because it's more buttons for me to press. I screwed that last one up. I could turn the manager on. Like, I have enough dwarves. I could easily set up a manager, no problem. I could easily set up a manager, no problem. Let's jump up. Whoop, no, not up to here. Let's jump up to here. Let's make a couple doors. Couple cabinets, couple... Sure, coffers is what I was actually looking for. A couple more beds. That's an armor stand. What else do I need? Should be good. Hold on. I'll look in a sec. I see it. I'm not sure what that is, but it looks like maybe a dozen too many carbs for me. Oh, is that Oreo? That looks like an Oreo cream pie. That does look tasty. I don't know. It looks a bit too carby for me. I prefer like a more fruity pie. But it does look good. It does indeed look good. All right, you smelt tetrahedrite ore. You also smelt tetrahedrite ore. You make silver, more hammer. On repeat. Although, you know, I think it's time for us to assign a manager. Just a manager, nothing else. Hobo can have it because he survived. Hobo survived the... well, actually... where's Hobo? There you are. Hobo survived the very important task of digging out the lava, so... and is currently getting haunted by a fucking ghost, so... let's engrave you. What was I gonna do? Blueberry cheesecake? Yeah, well, anything cheesecake's yummy. Anything cheesecake is yummy. Let's be honest. What was I doing? All right, I was gonna assign this to Hobo and just say Silver Warhammer 10. Cute. Copper plate. 10 copper helm. 10 copper gauntlet. 10 copper mail. 10 copper high boot. 10 copper greaves. 10 copper shield. 10 copper. Did I make any helms? What am I missing, chat? Gauntlets, mail, greaves, breastplate. High boots? No, I already got those. Bucklers, nest box. Guess I could do leggings. You just eat the top layer of icing. I used to do that when I was a young child who didn't know the value of actual food, and now that I'm an adult who's, you know, grown up, yeah, I don't do that anymore. Also, like, that's just carbs minus the substance. Lemon meringue pie is a pie that I don't see talked about enough, though. I don't know if I put it in my top, but I do like me a good lemon meringue pie. Freskins is smelting us some ore. Excellent. Okay. You're just drinking. Let's put you on stone crafting. Someone will get her done. Hater, what up? It's good to see you. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Probably just get me a cupcake. That's probably what I'll do. Something small. Something that I don't have to give myself a lot of insulin for, ideally. And there we go. And there we go. Look at all those magma crabs trying to get in here. It's kind of cute. Let's get this done. So now we just kind of chill while the dwarves start doing their thing. Got one helm and one breastplate done. It's gonna take them a little bit, but they'll get her started. All right, so Gold Poke gets this bedroom, because the smiths are the most important dwarves in the fortress. frankly, they are the most important dwarves in the fort. But how's things, Adria? Adria, are you listening to any new or interesting bands recently? Adria is one of our resident heavy metal guys.
Support this message.
You 100% support this message. I 100% support the throwing of bits at my face, so thank you. Thank you for the cupcake fund. The more bits, the bigger the cupcake. I shouldn't actually say that because that's not true. I will just buy a single cupcake. But thanks for the $1. Cheers, man. Thanks for like kind of the crazy amount of support you guys have hucked at me in the past, 72 hours. I will be completely honest. Financially, this was the worst month I've had this year up until 2 days ago. And now it's tied for the best, if not the best by now. Or really close. So thanks, guys. Should I have a galaxy cake? The fuck's that? Is a galaxy cake like the ones that are like full of the awful sprinkles that are vanilla that taste disgusting? Is that what those are? Dawn of Demise. Ooh. They're not the heaviest band, but I've been listening to a shit ton of 68's new album because they put out an album like right at the beginning of this year, which is like, I don't know if I'd call them metal. They're kind of like southern noise rock. They're a weird kind of amalgamation of things because there's only 2 of them, but they do a lot with like repeating pedals and echoes. Yeah, it's called Give One, Take One. That's the thing that I've been listening to recently. Specifically, the track Bad Bite's real fucking good. I saw them as openers for Devin Townsend when he did his acoustic tour in 20... Was it 19? Was that 18? I need to actually look up when that was, but it was a little bit ago now. But I saw them as openers, and I would go see them again. No questions asked. They've kind of become one of my favorites since then. I think that our expedition leader would very much respect being memorialized down here. What's the name again? Just the number 68. Here, I can give you a link. Well, actually, it's 68, comma. Or comma 68? Yeah, it's 68, comma. They're just loud as fuck. That's the only way I describe them. Like they're not heavy, they're loud, which is, I don't know if that's the right wording necessarily, but it's real fucking good. No, they're 68. They're not 69. They're 68. I'm a dude. If you want some good music, click on that YouTube link that I just put in chat. That's all I'll say. Also, that's one of my favorite music videos I've ever seen, because the music video was prototyped and sketched by hand throughout 2020. So it started at the beginning of lockdown, and they did 1 frame per day. There's kind of a neat little story behind it, but it's one of my favorite music videos I've ever seen. It's super simple, but it's effective. Super simple, but super goddamn effective. It's taken a while, but we are getting this stuff set up. Do you think it would be hot in these bedrooms, being like right next to the fucking lava down here? I don't know. I feel like it would be. How's Freskins feeling? Very satisfied at work. Good stuff. Just smelting all of that ore. I feel like I should get a couple more smelters up and running. But they also don't really need jobs, so. Maybe a mix of quite a few different bands. I don't know if it's your type of music, but 68's vocalist and is who writes all of their songs, and also plays the guitar and the fucking bajillion pedals that he has to just constantly be doing repeats over himself, was the founding member and vocalist and head guy for Chariot, or The Chariot, which is a metalcore band from the mid-2000s. But I didn't actually know that until after I'd like been listening to 68 for a bit, and then I realized that, and I was like, oh, I kind of had like that eureka moment where I was like, oh, now I suddenly realize why this band sounds super familiar and why their sound is just like super reminiscent of stuff I've heard before. This all makes sense now. It's kind of neat when that happens. All right, so something else I'm going to do. I'm going to make a garbage dump. I was going to put it elsewhere, but I'm going to put it here. Ba-bum, ba-bum, bum, 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 bum. But yeah, no, I really fucking like their sound. It's just a really, really, really good sound. Okay, so this... Actually, no. That's a really good way to kill a lot of dwarves, probably. I don't know. I like bands that just kind of, not necessarily sound different, but they just strike me as something that I just either haven't heard a lot of. Also, I love the fact that this cat is currently like playing with vermin down here that are literally made of fire. Anyway, I like them because they don't sound like anything that I can really place. Like I can't really just be like, oh, it sounds like this. It's like a combination of a bunch of things, but it's not like, oh, I've heard this before, you know? And that's kind of why they really hooked me when I saw them. Actually, it was on my birthday that I saw them. It was like my birthday that I saw them too. So it was like an oddly timely thing to have seen a couple of years ago. But yeah, that's the thing I've been listening to recently. They're just like such a fucking good sound that they got. And they're all part of the reason why they hooked me so much when I saw them was they put on such a fucking good stage show. Like they do the thing where towards the end of their set, like people start coming out on stage and taking away their instruments and they just keep playing. So like they're taking away like his drum kit and everything, and like they start like just taking away some of the guitars that he has, because he always has like 2 guitars out on stage. They took away the bass and they're just like still playing. They take away the microphone and he just like lies down on the ground and just keeps playing, and then eventually they pick them up and carry them off stage while they're still playing on like one final snare drum. It's kind of great. I don't know. They put on a really fucking great show. I miss that. Now I need to listen to James Addiction again. James Addiction was something I haven't heard in a long time. I don't know. I've just been listening to a lot of noisy stuff. A lot of fuzzy stuff, and a lot of like stoner and drone stuff. A band that, oh God, I'm blanking on the name of the album I've been listening to, so I'm just going to look it up real quick. A band that a YouTuber got me into. Yeah, a band that a YouTuber got me into actually are these guys, which I'm going to show off on Spotify, even though I can't play them, is Nod. G-N-O-D. Specifically, Donovan's Daughters is the album. But he's a YouTuber named The Metal Theologian. Yeah, it's only 2 dudes. That's why 68's so wild, is because it's only 2 guys. It's only 2 guys with a repeater pedal and a lot of fucking reverb. It's 2 guys, repeater pedal, and a lot of goddamn reverb. Which is why they blow my fucking mind. Blew my fucking mind when I saw them. Because, like, he's literally just looping over himself the entire time. The entire goddamn time. But Nod is another band that I've gotten into. Really, really weird, unique sound. But the YouTuber that got me into them is called The Metal Theologian. And it's kind of funny because I comment on his shit every now and again. And I don't have a second YouTube account for commenting. And he's like, dude, you played Dwarf. Like, he kind of didn't freak out, but commented on it in the comments. He was like, whoa, man, like, you don't see that every day. Like, well, you know. Anyway, he makes videos talking about his record collection. And a band that he was talking about a while ago was Nod. And that's another fucking weird experimental thing that's really good in all of the right weird ways. There we go. We've got an engraving of Crab's memorial done, which I'm going to put down here in the magma layer because I think he would like that. Actually, what's that memorial made out of? We'll find out in a second. I think it's Gabbro, because if it is, you know what we should do? I should engrave it and then cover it in lava. I think that would be really fucking cool. Like, just encase it in lava. But yeah, no, 68's had 2 separate drummers, but, like, they're just super kind of unassuming guys. And another thing that I really like about 68's bullshit is the vocalist's guitar is literally held together with duct tape, and the neck has, like, this part where it's broken. And they'll kind of do the thing where he just bends the guitar to just twist the sound. Yeah, Death Grips. That's another really good, like, two-person project. There's a lot of really good 2-person projects out there. Not too many, but there's enough that they just kind of stick whenever you see them. Let's brew some more drinks and just leave that on 0. Just let that repeat. I got plenty of plants, plenty of drinks. You know, we're going to go try and recover that first artifact. They've been working on that for a while. Are you headed out, Seeker? Or are you coming out as bi in my chat? It's one of the two, and I can never tell which, and you've said that before. If so, good for you. And if you're headed out, we'll see you later. That was a fast... I guess they have no idea where it is. But they left and instantly returned, which means they probably had no idea where they were going. Yep, they didn't even leave. All right. But yeah, the other band that I've been listening to a lot is this band, which I mentioned briefly, but I will just simply link them. Which will mute the ever-living hell out of my VOD if I play them, so I won't. But that band. I want some more weird music. That's some more weird music. Well, maybe not that weird, but really good and doomy. If you like that kind of thing. All right, so these dwarves are going to go and try and retrieve another artifact. At the very least, they are all militaried up. Good luck there, dwarves. Go get good stuff. Seeker the Tavern Keeper's brewing us the best brews. Have any friends yet? No friends. Well, that's unfortunate. Dwarves down here are smelting all of that ore. You're forging a breastplate. Let's push that up to the top priority. Was that the link I shared earlier? Oh, crap. I didn't actually... I thought I copied it, but I guess I didn't. There you go. Try that. That's a different link. That feeling when you thought that you hit C, but you probably hit a different letter on your keyboard instead. That's probably what just happened. But yeah, Nod. G-N-O-D, if anybody's watching the YouTube VOD in like 3 days. Or next week, actually. Yeah, there's a link. This dwarf's coming down to construct this. You know what I should do? I should encase this in glass. There we go. Crab has been laid to rest. A ghostly axe dwarf. It's very unfortunate because, like, I put points into that dwarf. His body will be left to decay, but it is fine. We'll make a weapons stockpile and place it right here. Yeah, I don't really know how to describe Nod, so I'd be really happy if people could describe him for me. Ministry? Ministry, but good? I like some ministry. I don't really like ministry. But yeah, I guess I could see a little bit more of that. The thing about Nod, though, and this is like the thing that's kind of hard to describe about Nod, is everything that Nod does is different. Which is hard to kind of explain, but it's very rare that they, like, two of their albums will sound even remotely similar, so a lot of their stuff just sounds completely different. In the best possible way. Old Ministry? I guess. You know what I have been listening to? Is I've also been listening. I almost bought one of these records used, but I really, really, really like the. I guess they're more of a super group than a side project, but Lard, which is a side project which was Ministry, Dead Kennedys, and a few other people, which I do really, 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 really like. I really like Lard. Has more of like that kind of punk, almost like heavy, but just more hard rock feel than Ministry. I do like Ministry though. Ministry has some real good stuff, but I think I like Lard more than Ministry. All right. So one of the things I want to do is raid one of my own forts. Diamond Cheese. We could raid them. I will queue that raid up. We'll queue that raid up. I'm just really impressed with how well, where is it? My other fortress was doing that had like 1,000 people in it. It's Even Lashes. Where was it? I know I like gasped at it earlier, but not seeing it now. Hope handles. The crystalline staff of the moral paddle. Good lord. Oh yeah, there's another Cobalt Helix. The Kobolds have done really, really well. Cobis! Cobis! I don't wonder what Cobis means. You pretty much like everything that Al Jorgensen's been involved with. Well, he's a musical genius. I tend to agree, yeah. It's funny because like I don't always like Ministry. But when Ministry is good, Ministry is extremely fucking good. Like, you know what I don't, it's like, I don't always do this thing, but when I do this thing, I fucking do this thing. Also, Tom, I see you lurking. Cheers, man. It's like, man, yeah, I don't know. When Ministry is good, Ministry is really fucking good. Another on the topic of musical genius, I blame depression, but I've been listening to more Nine Inch Nails than I should probably admit right now. Like, I kind of did a Nine Inch Nails, like, marathon where I listened to every single one of their albums in chronological order a couple of weeks ago on a day off while I went for a really fucking long walk. And I really, 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 really like Nine Inch Nails. Like, I think I like Nine Inch Nails more now than I did when I was younger, which is bad because I really liked them when I was younger. You had a chance in meeting Alice at one time? Oh, really? That's kind of awesome, actually. That's kind of awesome. I know Stoned Hobos met, it's like the drummer of Iron Maiden a handful of times because he owns a restaurant close to where Hobo lives. It was a cool thing indeed. Trent is a legit art. The thing I like about Trent Reznor isn't just that he's a legit artist, but also like he's a legit artist who isn't an asshole. And I feel like it's hard to it's easy to listen to Nine Inch Nails and go, yeah, this guy's probably a douche, but he's like not an asshole. He's kind of a good person, which is weird. It's like it shows where we are as a society in the current year when you listen to an artist and you're like, man, this is really good music. Also, this isn't a horrible person. You know what I mean? Like, it kind of says something about where we are as a society. It's like, this is good music, and this person isn't horrible. Yeah, Hobo's got a couple real good, like, posing photos with him. I'm shocked that we haven't been raided or invaded. I'm going to queue up a raid against Flack Mountain as well. Whoops. Accidentally deleted it. Wrong button. Hit R instead of X. Details. Yeah, we're gonna do that. How's the Mighty Wall Schemer doing today? The Mighty Wall Schemer is in a different fortress. This is a day fortress. You're thinking of Long Death. The Mighty Wall Schemer is still in there and screaming. Well, screaming, not scheming. Screaming, like as in, ah! He's just permanently perma-berserk. This is a one-off fortress that I do on the weekends, and this fortress, we are trying to steal or raid my own fortresses. Oh, the screaming is part of the scheme? I understand. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Zaloro is a dwarf in Long Death who is permanently insane. Goldpoke made a masterpiece quality copper mail shirt. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? Can I have a... yeah, it's a pity I can't, like, copy tasks in this screen for the manager. We also have a masterpiece. Silver Warhammer's getting done. Good stuff. Got even more tetrahedrite Oregoning placed down here. It's actually all right, BBQ. If I ever go to Florida, that's one of the places I want to go. If I ever go to Florida, I don't know why the fuck I would, but aside from just to hang out with a hobo and a cyclone and a few other people who all happen to live in Florida, we should do a Twitch stream meetup in Florida if I ever go to Florida, because I'll bet you we could get enough people to like fill a table at a bar, because I feel like half of the people who watch this stream live in Florida. It's like Florida, the Danish, and Quebec are like the places, are like the hot spots for this stream. We got a lot of people in Florida, a lot of Danish people, actually also a lot of people in Holland. Yeah, we got a lot of Danes from Holland, and we got quite a few Finnish people as well. A lot of Quebec. Not a lot of Texas, but enough Texas that I can acknowledge that there are people who watch me in Texas. Same with California. Come to Brazil. Yeah, that too. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck I would do in Brazil. Can confirm you live in Florida. There's a few people from the UK, Fog. Although, is England the Florida of your continent? If not, then what's the Florida of the European continent? Brazil's got some hot ladies. I'll say that. I mean, Greece? It's actually maybe Italy. Maybe Italy? Because that's where all the old people retire. Everybody fucking retires in Italy. No. No, Belgium is like the DC. Because, like, Belgium is where all the politics and shit happens. Nobody gives a shit about Belgium. Nobody wants to live in Belgium. Spain? Okay, but, like, as a Canadian, the fuck's the difference between Spain and Italy? Aside from one speaks Italian and one speaks Spanish. They're basically the same fucking thing. They have wine and illegal drugs. A lot of old people. I mean, come on. What's the point in living in a continent with a lot of countries without starting words? All the old people retire in there, and all the young people go there to party. Aren't you just describing Italy though? Maybe I have the wrong like picture of Europe as a Canadian. Maybe. You're from a very Irish family and you're in the USA. I'm also in my family's split like 50-50 Irish-German. So we like alcohol and we talk really loudly and a lot. And we're very pessimistic. There's a lot of colonies of Brits in Spain and Portugal, and then it's very inexpensive. Fair. You go to Ibiza to party, and that's in Spain. Fair. I mean, that's what all the songs say is that you party in Ibiza, right? You know, it's gonna take a week for this squad to come back, and when they do, they will have traveled around half of the world. But we'll have a lot of armor and stuff ready for them when they get back. Also, I like that Stone was just like, what? I was like, is UK the Florida of... Okay, then what's the Florida of Asia? What's the Florida of Asia? The Philippines? Thailand? Ooh. Oh, yeah. Actually, yeah. Australia? Right. Well, no. Australia is its own continent, isn't it? Thailand because hookers? I mean, they call it Bangkok for a reason. Yes, I've seen that movie. It's a bad movie. Hangover 3? Or is that 2? Fuck. Hawaii? Wait, is Hawaii technically in Asia? Because I'd buy that, but like... Yeah, I was going to say Australia is a continent. So not really part of... I mean... So Australia is the Florida of Australia. I mean, it's either that or like... If we're going to split Australia into separate things, then we could call Australia... Like, we could say something like... We could in theory claim that... something along the lines of a I'm dropping frames for some reason. We could say that something. it's all the people I've pissed off, and now I'm dropping frames. Is my camera frozen? Is my computer frozen? No. Why is my camera frozen? Is OBS breaking? What's happening? Can I turn my camera on and off? My camera is frozen. Chat, can you still hear me? If you can hear me, press 1 while I reset my camera. Camera? You okay? Okay, well at least you guys can still hear me, because according to OBS, my stream's dead. So, camera? It's blinking at me. I dropped a bunch of frames and my camera died. Well, till then, we have shit cam, right? I am black camera in the corner. I'm trying to pick up those frames, okay? I'm trying to pick up those frames with bad jokes. It's literally just blinking at me like it's having a panic attack. Still not dead? Well, his stream's not dead. I mean, you guys can see Dwarves moving. I'm just a weird black square. I don't know. Technical difficulties. Because technically it's on. I'm trying the good old-fashioned unplug it and plug it back in technique. I don't know. Dwarves dug through the cables? Clearly. Well, we forged 10 silver warhammers. It's telling me it's got low battery, but it's plugged in. It's a good Racer X track? I don't know what Racer X is, but... Is that a musician or something? I'm trying to, It might be broken. Considering I, Huh. Yeah, I don't know. It literally just, like, beeped at me. I dropped a bunch of frames, and it stopped working. I don't know, chat. I am sorry. It's recording me, apparently. You know, it might just be as simple as I think the battery might be dead. So, even though it's plugged in, it's mad at me. So I'm just going to leave it off for a minute and then try turning it back on. You put it in music? All right. Oh, that album cover looks familiar, actually. I might just be confusing it with Static X, though. What cam? Camera? I had a camera? This stream never had a camera. Don't be silly. We just have shit cam, which is not a camera. It's a camera with personality and a rubber duck and a stuffed mouse thing and a mug. Don't mind this weird floating black box. That's got nothing to do with anything. Did you know that, like, my camera border was literally a 1080p black square that I drew in MS Paint? Oh, it's a GoPro Hero 5 black with a capture card. So technically, it's a Camlink capture card. Is it shitcam because it's a really shitty camera? So the story of shitcam, okay, it's a pretty simple story. Shitcam was originally the first. I mean, I could swap the battery, but I don't know where the other one is, and I don't really want to go digging for it. So I'm just gonna let it charge for like 20 minutes until it has some charge, because apparently it has 0 battery, which is weird because it's plugged in. So because I actually have it plugged into a different charger than I did before, it might not be charging fast enough, so I might need to get my fast charger plugged in. So I'm going to try that as well. Because currently it's plugged into a little USB interface that I have. But I'm plugging it into a quick charge Samsung charger, which is now done. Anyway, which happened to be on my desk. But shitcam was actually a joke camera that I left plugged in because ages ago I set up I used to use this like awful like 480p Logitech webcam from like 2008 was the first camera that I streamed on. So I used that for a really, really, really long time as my main camera. But then, after doing that for a really long period of time, I eventually got tired of using it. You know, fancy that. So I upgraded to a better camera, and I kept the old one plugged in, just because I could, and I felt like it, and I thought it was a funny gag. So we called it shitcam because it was so bad, and it was like 15 frames per second and looked awful. Couldn't understand what lighting was and such. So I plugged it in, and we called it shitcam. And I gave it this kind of like, I made the colors worse intentionally, and I gave it this little staticky overlay on that icon down there. Anyway, shitcam finally died relatively recently. So instead of like, you know, never having it again, I bought a brand fucking new webcam, which is like a top of the line webcam, which now just is a webcam with a shit overlay on a handle that I can pick up and move around and do this with. But I kept the crappy color saturation and shit, even though it was like just the way the old camera looked because it had like died so much. Anyway, it was originally just a genuinely terrible camera, but now it's just like a camera that I can pick up and do fun things with and fuck around with. Let's see if I can plug this thing back in now. Plug it back in and see if it works again. Otherwise, I may just have to do this off stream. Yes, it was a shitty camera. Now it's a good camera that just looks shitty. Also, I would just like to remind everybody, GoPros have terrible software that requires you to sign in and have DRM, which is really fucking annoying. And I can't remember my password. So, I don't actually know what to do. Might just let her sit. But right now I'm still waiting for these dwarves to come back, which they will do eventually. So, I don't know. This kind of sucks. I just kind of don't have a camera for a bit. I could, because I have a jokingly large number of cameras. I also have this camera, which is a camera. It's just pointed at a record player. So technically I have 3 cameras, but one of them is just, like, dead right now. Trying to turn this camera off, but it doesn't want to. Now it's off. All right, so I'm just going to let that thing charge. Maybe the battery just went completely kaput. And it's just not charging fast enough. I don't know. Could just take a selfie periodically? What do you mean just take a selfie periodically? If the camera's not turning on, it's not turning on. It's just saying 0 battery and, like, not launching at all. Wasn't Racer X Speed Racer's brother? Like in the TV show? I've never actually... So I've never seen the TV show for Speed Racer. I've only ever seen the live-action Speed Racer movie, and I watched it with a friend one night when we were extremely drunk and not legal drinking age. I don't think. Actually, what year did that movie come out? Was I legal drinking age? Speed Racer movie. What year did that movie come out? 2008, yes. I was not legal drinking age in 2008. I was 14 in 2008. So yeah, I've only ever seen the live-action movie Speed Racer. When I was like maybe 15. That was a very strange movie. Would you look at that? Ral Craftsleaf has been elected to the position of Holy Clasp of the Order of Handles. Yeah, the Wachowski sisters. Speed Racer is the only Speed Racer I've ever seen. So you finally got around to using the Krugsmash tile set, but you notice it replaces the letters with the font images, and it makes reading difficult. Hit F12. Hit F12. That'll help. It turns off the modified fonts for most screens. Not for this screen, though. For most other screens, you know, it'll fix that. There you go. But you get used to it if you're using a tile set. All tile sets do that. Although if you want to see a truly garbage tile set, I can show you a truly garbage tile set. Although it's a truly garbage. Whoa. 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 Discord has a new font. Discord has a different font. What the fuck? Sorry, it's all smooth looking now. Anyway, this is a truly terrible tile set, which I can't wait to use. It's all my emotes. The only person who has access to this is me and B-Lug. I will make that public after my birthday. A truly, truly terrible tile set. Truly, truly terrible. I think it's really well made, though. I'm waiting for a squad to come back. They've been gone for about half a year. Or patron content? I don't know. People keep bitching about Discord changes. I don't mind it. It just surprised me. Because, like, it didn't look like that 20 minutes ago. And it didn't restart in that period of time. And it kind of freaked me out. Hold on, let me try something. Yeah, there is no camera plugged in right now. If I turn it back on, turn this off. Plug this back in. It has recognized that it's plugged into a computer. And push this button. Yeah, maybe I just need to, like, restart my computer or something. Perhaps that's what I need to do. I might just need to, like, restart OBS. Wonder if I turn on a new instance of Open Broadcaster. Yeah, I can't launch a second instance of OBS without crashing the stream, potentially. But yeah, no, I've heard people bitching about Discord changes, but haven't actually noticed many of them myself. I've noticed the new logo, that's about it. I don't mind the new logo. I think the new logo's all right. Okay, copper breastplate, 20. Copper shield. Copper helm, 20. Silver warhammer, 40. I don't know how many blocks I have, or bars rather. Probably quite a few. 87, that's a lot. We're still smelting it, so we're getting more. You finally made plum helmet wine, or dwarven wine, which is plum helmet liquor. Good for you. Or rather, isn't dwarven beer is made out of oh god, why am I blanking on the name of it? Dwarven wine is made out of or dwarven beer is made out of cave wheat, which is totally different. Not gonna lie, it's really weird not having a camera that I can even turn on. Let's try it again. Just kind of periodically trying it. Deactivate, activate. Deactivate, activate. Nah, man. That is weird. Oh well. I don't know. Kind of giving up. Usually what happens whenever there's a change to anything ever, people lose their goddamn minds for a week, as Hobo said. And then they stop caring within like 10 days. And then everyone just kind of goes about their business. That looks like the profile of a pirate? What looks like the profile of a pirate? This layer? Looks like the profile of a pirate? Don't see it. But fuck New Reddit. New Reddit just loads really. Like, I've been using New Reddit because it has certain features that are useful, but it loads so fucking slow. I hate it. It's just so slow. Yeah, I don't see it, but I believe you. You see, that was an actual outrage, because the first thing that I saw when the first thing that I noticed when Twitter swapped to 280 characters was a tweet that literally was, "I want a girl with a short skirt and a long tweet," which was, "Oh, enter, new line. Oh, enter, new line. Oh, enter, new line. Oh, enter, new line," until, like, you know, hit the bottom. And they hadn't added the feature which was show more yet, where it was just like ... show more. They hadn't added that yet. So it literally filled up my entire goddamn screen. Because I want a girl with a short skirt and a long jacket. Good song, though. I want to listen to some White Stripes now. I quite like the White Stripes. I don't know what that is. Oh, yeah, okay. I kind of see it now that I see this reference image. I kind of see it. For reference, like, yeah, I kind of see it. It's like the helmet and then the face. I kind of see it, but it's a stretch. It's not like all of those, "that fart's a penis" things, you know? Where in most of those cases, I'm like, yeah, okay. I get it. So I think I'm going to give them until early summer to get here, which would be like a year and a half that they've been gone. Ish. That guy has a penis hat. You have a penis hat, Hobo. You know what would be really funny is if you actually had a, I keep accidentally muscle memorying my way into the wrong frame with the black square. So let me know if the black square comes back, chat. Actually, you know what's happened? My camera's still working, right? This camera works, obviously. But this camera is still working. I've just been consumed by the void. The void has finally won. And it's finally eaten me. I have become one with the void. Shitcam still lets you see my hand, though. Dinner time, you go have a good din-din. I'll see you later from still on. I should be, though. We're going to give these guys 30 minutes to get back. And if they don't get back, then we'll play some more Sam. Warsim. Due to popular demand. For a little bit. Ba-dum, 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 dum. Be really cool if one of these dwarves had a moment where they went into a strange mood. Be really curious to see what one of these metalsmiths would make. One of the nice things about a standing desk is it's much easier to stretch. So much easier to stretch while standing. I don't need to worry about showing you guys my armpits. You know what's funny, LaFonda? And since you have that emote, you can confirm or deny. There is somebody... armpit reveal. I don't know about that, Insane. I don't know about that. Okay, so... I've had people tell me that the appeal of Etal's stream is very similar to the appeal of my stream. I don't know if I agree with that. But I just kind of want like a fourth opinion, because I've asked a few people this who have those emotes. Is it a similar? Is it like a similar appeal? I almost screwed up the count. I had the wrong number typed in. I had 222 instead of 232 typed in. Or rather, 233. Amaranth is the kind of appeal that you watch, or the kind of streamer that you watch if you want softcore pornography. If you're into that, you know, she provides a great show. I personally don't really watch softcore pornography on Twitch. I prefer hardcore pornography on other websites. What am I talking about? What Pimp Lord motherfucker said. You were about to say. I mean... Why would you go like halfway with that? Just go all out, come on. Was the very first stream Twitch showed you when you checked out this site for the first time, really? I mean, she's famous-er than I will ever be. She's also prettier than I'll ever be. That's a fact. I said I watch hardcore. I said I'm not particularly into watching softcore pornography on Twitch. I watch hardcore pornography on other sites, which is a thing that a lot of people do. It's quite popular media, in fact. That's still hardcore pornography. But you know, you do you, Seeker. You do you. I ain't here to judge. Whatever floats your boat. I just see a depressed dwarf. I think I did. Did I? Maybe. Also got dogs I gotta eat. What do I recommend? That is against Twitch terms of service, my friend. Probably, I don't know. I don't think we're allowed to link or talk about that, but I mean, if you dig enough, you could probably find that. Or go find somebody's, or go find, I mean, I'd have to throw them in lava to get hot dogs. Or set them on fire. Whatever floats your boat, as they say. I shouldn't turn my camera off. It's a bad thing. But I can bring my desk down because I'm tired of fucking standing. I mean, you just said hot dogs. You didn't say edible hot dogs. Kind of amazed that this dwarf isn't a legendary yet. What are you at? What are you at this point? You're a dabbling metal crafter, an adept, and you're an adept weaponsmith and an expert armorsmith. Would you look at that? Golly gee, camera still. How we do? It's charging. I'm gonna fiddle with the camera for a second. Ow! I'm gonna trip over a cable. It's not my evening. Yeah, I think my GoPro battery died. Dead. I'm gonna pull the battery out, if that'll fix it. Anyway, I'm not totally sure how we got here from me asking why people, if people watch me, if my stream has a similar appeal to Ital's stream. But, you know, not sure how we got here, but here we are. Well, Cherno talks about porn all the time, but I don't know if he's necessarily recommending porn in his chat. Not something I want to talk about, Seeker, in particular. Because you posted an emote. And it is true, it is awkward. But this is what happens when I don't have a camera turned on. Only shit cam. Smile. Anyway, this is now a no cam stream for the rest of the stream. Where are those dwarves? I mean, you ask ye and you shall receive. Ren. Rye bread is delicious, dude. I haven't had a good rye bread in a while. Because the only rye bread that my local grocery store sells doesn't have carb counts on it. And I like knowing how much carbs is in bread, and I don't know how much carbs is in most rye bread. And I'm too lazy to look it up. So I haven't bought rye bread in a really long time. I used to eat rye bread all the damn time, though. I wish that I could, like, summon my squads back. Like send out a messenger to request them back or something. Right? It's like just print your carb counts. It's like there's a lot of restaurants that I would like to go to, but none of them have, or like order from, but very few of them actually have carb counts listed on like Skip the Dishes. Whereas like my local sushi place does have carb counts listed on Skip the Dishes. So it's like, I really wish I could order like this curry and or this thing, or not this curry, but I wish I could order samosas from this curry place, but their they don't have the carb counts with their samosas. So I would have to like look up a brand name samosa by weight and then weigh the samosa, but that's just too much work, really. It's just state-sanctioned graffiti. You're kind of not wrong. It's like, well, yeah, you're kind of not wrong. It is kind of just state-sanctioned graffiti. It's like, hey, draw a picture here on this wall. It's like going up to Random Joe number 47 and being like, hey, make art. That's kind of difficult. I kind of see what you're saying. I get it. I don't disagree. Actually, I shouldn't be hiding. DBDH. Unhide that door, please. It's weird seeing an invisible tile there. Oh, I see why you stopped. It's because you're going to go eat. Urist was here. I mean, it wouldn't just say Urist was here. It would say, this is an... What if you change the subject, Seeker? But no, they wouldn't draw an image of themselves. What they they wouldn't write Urist was here, but what they would draw would be an image of themselves in present fortress. So they could draw, like, say the dwarf's name was Urist. They could draw an image of a dwarf named Urist in a fortress called Name of Fortress that you are currently playing. Yeah. Also, this fortress, by the way, has been extremely unsuccessful because we're trying to steal artifacts, and I sent them to steal a artifact that was located nearby, or last known located nearby, and they've been attempting to steal that artifact now for almost a year. You can't just say, I used a cup of rice and the rice is X carbs, therefore this dish has X carbs. From your understanding, to be able to have calories and nutritional content listed, you gotta send it to a lab at your own expense and have it analyzed. Really? Wow. They can't just like weigh it? They can't just like know the exact portions that they use for each ingredient type and then weigh it? That's a little crazy. Also, giant eagles are awesome, by the way. Also, we have a magma man in the basement and a giant bat. So this evil biome is kind of underwhelming, I'm not gonna lie. Also, I'm kind of shocked that we haven't had a single zombie just show up. Even though there's like a friendly local tower nearby. Also, I technically only have 8 usable dwarves in this fortress because 2 of them are kids. The Ocean's 11 fort is not successful. Currently. Well, I will wait a little longer. See if these guys come back. We never know what they're going to come back with. We do not know what they're going to come back with. trying to turn this camera on. Still fiddling with it. I have a feeling I need to like restart OBS or the computer. If they come back? Oh, they'll come back. They haven't disappeared. They won't come back if they've disappeared from this screen. So if this screen goes blank, they won't come back. Rather, if this screen goes blank, they still might come back, but they'll come back in a migrant wave, which is an old bug that sometimes happens. Which I don't think has actually been fully fixed because I've had it happen in this version. Add a new cam source temporarily? That's not how that works. I mean, I could use a different camera temporarily, but I don't really feel like repositioning all of my cameras necessarily. I mean, I still have this camera, but I don't feel like doing that. Even though that camera works just fine. I'll set up a different camera off stream if I can't get it working. I don't mind having no camera. Assuming you guys don't mind having no camera. Did I break it? I don't know. I just dropped a bunch of frames and then the camera stopped working. So the camera just seized with like no real notice as to why. And it stopped working. A W? What's that W of? This image, it's a well-designed image of thigh-cut Labortail, the dwarf, and channel praised the giant wolf by Knowles. Channel praised the giant wolf. What's the word? Channel praised the giant wolf is killing the dwarf thigh-cut Labortail. So in this area, in this mountain range that we're in, a dwarf was killed by a giant wolf in 67. Shout out Stone, 67. That also, just kind of following up from what you were saying earlier, Hobo, I think it's kind of insane that you can't just, list the carbohydrate counts, but you have to have it sent off to a lab. But oh well. It's very annoying for like loaves of bread and stuff that's made locally. Or in a private bakery. It's like, because kind of winding back around to what we were talking about earlier, my local grocery store has these really nice loaves of rye bread and black rye bread, but they're not pre-cut and they don't have the carbohydrates on them because, I guess like Hobo was saying, they haven't sent them off to a lab. So we have an image of a giant wolf killing a dwarf, and an image of a cage, just a cage. I guess chains and whips excite you. Or cages and whips excite you. I don't know, chat. Do you guys think that they will come back by... Let's do a prediction, actually. Let's do a prediction, Hobo. Will this squad come back by midsummer 39-1? So 391 midsummer. Will they come back? Dark Rivet? I don't know if it's Pumpernickel. I don't know if Pumpernickel's a different thing or a name, but Darkrai is extremely good. I've also seen Darkrai listed as Russian Darkrai. I don't know if that's a specific type of Darkrai, but that's what this one. It is different from Darkrai? Okay, yeah. It's fine. Typos are excused, but always remembered. Also, chat. You know what? Never mind. I'm not gonna call out a lurker. I was kind of thinking about calling out a lurker, but I'm not gonna call out a lurker. I just feel like doing that sometimes. Pumpernickel has sourdough. Yeah, that sounds real tasty. I'm not gonna lie. I'm pretty sure I've had pumpernickel. Let's just make Silver Warhammers on repeat. Let's just do that. It's a dense, heavy bread made from coarse ground rye berries. Not flour. Dark rye is a type of rye flour. I've had a dark rye beer, which is incredible, by the way. There's a Gorlak fighting with a giant Olm. Also kind of sad we haven't had a single Forgotten Beast spawn. You know, it's another thing we can start doing. I can make a new squad comprised of Hobo, Knowles, and Pimp Lord Motherfucker, and Seeker. We can do that. Let's do that. New squad with metal armor. New squad, metal armor. What's the actual hotkey that I'm looking for here? Because I'm hitting the wrong squad button, or I'm hitting the wrong combination of keys here, and I'm not reading because I'm sleepy and tired and feeling lazy. So instead, I'm going to do it over here. That's the one that I wanted to do. Make the squad there. Go here. Seeker's the leader, and it's going to have Hobo, Knowles, Pimp Lord Motherfucker in it. I'm going to get them training right here. The Granite Bars. That's a odd name. But there they go. Why did I read that as Marmite brown bread? And I was like, there's Marmite bread? What? You have a good night, Ren. Thanks for hanging out. Or day or morning or whatever time it happens to be where you are. So now we'll see if that other squad comes back. Wait, hold on a second. Could have sworn Alien Slayer was in that squad. Weird. Chat, y'all are making me really fucking hungry with all this bread talk. Should I get takeout for dinner? Serious question. Because I'm getting really fucking hungry with all of this food talk. It's really messing with me. Take out a dozen donuts, YOLO. I'm going to respectfully decline the take out a dozen donuts because the only donut place that I'm aware of that is on takeout services from here that wouldn't require me getting on a train is Tim Hortons. And I really don't want Tim Hortons. So that would be like pain. What was the original plan for dinner? The exact same thing I've had for the last 5 days, which would be pasta and chips with salsa. Although instead of having cheese sauce pasta, I would have tomato sauce pasta because I've run out of cheese sauce, and instead I will have tomato sauce that I make from canned tomatoes because I've run out of tomato sauce. Melville has been elected to the position of Holy Rock of the Order of Oils. I guess that they rock and oil here instead of rock and roll. That's cool. Servesh has been elected to the position of the Holy Rock of the Order of Oils. Melville has been elected to the position of High Mine of the Order of Oils. Servesh has been elected to the position of High Mine of the Order of Oils. Melville has been elected to the position of Holy Boulder of the Coven of Oils, and spring has arrived. That is most of my squad, by the way. So the reason this is happening is sometimes dwarves that are off and out in a squad in the middle of nowhere, sometimes they all join a religion. I don't know why that happens, but it happens sometimes. Which is kind of funny, but... Which means they may come back as part of a... What's the word I'm looking for here? They might come back as part of a migrant wave. I'll try resetting this camera again. There we go. Camera has acknowledged that it is connected to a computer. And it didn't work. Well, rip. Pasta with pesto? Ooh. That sounds real tasty. I wish I had pesto. I also don't really have the stuff to make pesto. I almost do. I almost have enough stuff in my garden to make homegrown pesto, which is a goal. But I still need a few more things, which are currently in my mom's greenhouse. Carbolicious? Yeah, but it's carbolicious that I know the exact counts for, so it's fine. If I were to get takeout, I'd probably just get sushi. Try to do homemade pesto once a year. It's one of those things that's better fresh. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Why is that somehow? It's always better fresh. Sashimi's pretty fucking good. Sashimi's one of those things that I really like getting as a like at a restaurant because I don't trust myself making it. Still forging silver warhammers. Trying to get gold poke to the skill level of legendary. Still not there yet though. He is a professional weaponsmith though. Professional. Not legendary, professional. I think isn't professional one below legendary? That's a lot of silver warhammers. And all that. Some things don't seem super amazing fresh, but you swear the best salsa you ever made. A peach salsa you made with a batch and filled dozens of jars. Oh my god. So there, one of the thing. Here's a thing that I miss about TwitchCon. Because I go to TwitchCon almost every year, right? And I really, 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 really miss one thing about TwitchCon. What year am I in? 391, early spring. If you want more information about this world, ! Day forts. If you want more information about this particular fort, it's in the same dock. Speaking of, I should write the name of the fort down. But there's a person who goes to TwitchCon every year by the name of Moblord. And as part of going to TwitchCon, he brings homemade salsa, which he gives to people who sign up. Brings bins and 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 bins of it. Anyway, Bing brings a tons of bins and just gives it to Twitch partners at the Twitch booth if he has extras, but specifically will make custom batches for people who request them. And I used to always get 1 jar of salsa. It was always fun trying to smuggle that on a plane and explain the jar of salsa that I was bringing on a plane back to Canada. Usually, I could get it into my luggage and get it on the first plane. The problem always was getting it through customs on the other end, but I always managed to get it through customs. It's one thing that I really miss about TwitchCon. You never get your fort past 2 years of creation? Really? Wait, hold on. Like, as in, like, the game crashes and you never finish world generation, or your forts die? Because this particular fort, I've only had it alive for about 2 years. And I only have 10 dwarves in it. I have another fort that's been alive for 200-something years? 230-something years. Called Long Death. Well, TwitchCon is down in California, usually. Your last one was attacked by a were-zebra. Well, there's many ways around that. Lock the door. Don't let the dwarves back inside. I mean, you don't need to fly. You could take a train. You could also take buses, but that would take a really long time. Although I don't think Bolt Bus goes all the way down to Cali. So I don't know what other bus I would take. Bolt Bus only goes as far as... Bolt Bus only goes as far as Portland, I think. That I know of, anyway. Vancouver? Are you thinking Vancouver, Canada, or Vancouver, America? Because I'm thinking Vancouver, Canada. The reason I'm asking is because I've never heard of Blaine Airport. Greyhound? Does Greyhound still exist? I know the Amtrak train could go down. I've taken the Amtrak from Vancouver, Canada down to Seattle before. I was going to say, I've never heard of that airport before. Amtrak train and the Greyhound bus take about the same amount of time from San Francisco to LA. Well, I mean, Amtrak train from Vancouver to Seattle takes about 4 hours. Bolt bus takes about 4 hours. Actually, I think it's about 5 hours. It's a little bit longer to take the train. Oh, that's why I think that Greyhound doesn't exist up here. Makes sense. I have one Hammer Dwarf and the rest are all recruits. And then we can attempt stealing stuff again. I can attempt some of my other theft goals. It's been a while. Yeah, I don't know. I know that there are buses still. There we go. They're all Hammer Dwarves now. They're all wearing pretty good gear. You were thinking of either Comic-Con or PAX Prime. Comic-Con happens in San Diego or New York. PAX happens in Seattle. PAX Prime no longer exists. It's just PAX West now. That happens in Seattle, which I used to go to every year, but obviously it didn't happen last year. But Lozar, if you need help with learning DF, most days I could be a bit more helpful. This particular fort I can't really show you too much because it's so specific and small. But if you want to get a little better at DF, there's more Dwarf Fortress on my YouTube channel than you could ever watch in a lifetime. Or, in theory, if you come by on another day, I could show you other things in Long Death, which is a fortress I've kept alive for a very long time. I'm just feeling a little spacey right now, partially because I'm very hungry. My blood sugar's been all over the place today, so not the best at explaining stuff right now. Thought Greyhound was a fully private company? I thought Greyhound went out of business. Well, I have a Discord, which has a Dwarf Fortress room. That or the Kit Fox Games Discord. Which can be found there. I'm gonna have to listen to that album, Stupid, that you just posted on Discord. Also, this isn't a DF Discord, but my stream team, Halcyon Frequency, has a Discord server as well, where we run a Minecraft server. And there's a lot of people doing dwarfy things in that Minecraft server, as well as a few other things we do there. Soon we'll be running a Vorian server, and I've been prototyping in secret a giant pickaxe-shaped rocket ship, which I'm going to fly into an asteroid near you to strike an asteroid. Anyway, that's something I want to do. Or just like, a giant dwarf-shaped ship. I mean, Aqua can confirm. Aqua is a nerd, and Aqua is in my Discord. Man, I'm giving them until midsummer. They're not back yet. Well, I'm gonna go raid my own fortress using the granite bars. We'll see what happens, because that was the actual goal of this fortress. So Hobo, Pimp Lord motherfucker, and Seeker are all headed out to raid Diamond Cheese, which is one of my own fortresses, which is the goal of this entire fort. So let's see if they can complete that. Uh-oh. Although currently, they are suddenly distracted because there is a giant polar bear that they are attacking for some reason. Why are you attacking a giant polar bear? You stupid, stupid dwarf. Okay. It ran away, and they got distracted. So they left. Cool. Anyway, there is now 6 dwarves left in the fortress because everybody is headed off to raid Diamond Trees. Good luck raiding Diamond Trees. And I don't know why that cat followed them, but that cat followed them. Get back down into the fortress, you dumb cat. Not the Coke mascot. I thought that was Santa. Or like some person very slowly drinking out of a bottle of Coke going gluck, 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 gluck. This is good coffee. It might be a polar bear, I don't know. I'll be honest, I don't stare at Coke ads very often, so. I don't know what that means, Fog. I'm gonna say, Dwarf, you're thirsty. Go grab a cup. Well, they raided Diamond Cheese. That was fast. The mortal paddle slipped in undetected by the chance of pigs, and the forces of the furious stockade searched Diamond Cheese. Understanding the animal societies was stolen from Diamond Cheese by Pimp Lord motherfucker. Sorry, that's just such a stupid name. There we go. We successfully raided my own fort, which was the goal of this fortress. So I guess by that standards, we that means we succeeded. I raided my own fort. Should I attack my own fort? I fucked this up. Trying to take a screenshot. Oi! Copy paste is not working. Enable, hold on a second, Google Docs, what? Enable cut, copy, and paste. To copy, cut, and paste using edit menus, install this Google Chrome extension. Excuse me, Google Docs? What? I'm going to try and restart this. It's because I'm not using Chrome, probably, but it's been working all day. So I'm gonna try restarting this. And pasting. Now it worked. There it is. Excellent. I know, it's just I've never seen that before. It's like I realize I'm using Brave, but it's still a Chromium browser. Anyways, let's go raid Diamond Cheese again. Because that was very easy. That tiny URL that you just selected sends you to this, which is a set of Google Docs with the history of all my forts. Now that image went and disappeared. What? What? There you go. Weird. With every single one of the fortresses that I've built in this world, as well as links to download this world. And every single iteration I have done of this world. It's kind of a bit of fun. It's funny. I need to update that that timer. As that was February, or the 21st of this month, not next month. That's out of date. But yeah, technically we won. Let's do that again. Let's see if we got detected again. Moral paddle slipped into Diamond Cheese undetected by the chance of pigs. The forces of the Furious Stockade searched Diamond Cheese and stole a bunch more books. The Mauve Dyes was stolen. Grave Dawned the Creamy Hair was stolen. And the Mountain Halls was stolen, which are a bunch of artifacts, I think. The Mauve Dyes, a Dwarf Skull Totem, which is a Dwarf Skull Totem. Grave Dawn the Creamy Hair is another Dwarf Skull Totem. Gross. Why did they have so many Dwarf Skull Totems? Okay. Let's go raid them again, except this time we're going to openly attack them. Diamond Cheese. Except this time we're going to pillage and openly attack. Good luck, dwarves. Pillaging Diamond Cheese. I don't know why, but they had a whole bunch of Dwarf Skull Totems for some reason. Make a bunch of silver bookcases. Also, chat, I realize I've gotten kind of quiet. But that's because I'm just not feeling the greatest. Bodies are weird like that sometimes, especially when they don't work properly, and mine definitely doesn't. So I'm kind of cooling down. But thank you very much, everybody, because today's been a fun stream. And thanks, everybody, for hanging out and just spending time here and chilling. So I don't know about you guys, but I've had a pretty damn good stream. So thanks for hanging out. Seriously. I am starting to assume now that we're hitting late spring that this squad is not coming back. Hopefully they do come back, though. Thanks for the beers, chat. Cheers. As they say. Cheers. Although that's just a cup of coffee. I'm really curious to see how that open attack goes against my own old fortress. Although knowing what the layout of that fortress is, I don't think they're going to succeed. On the engraved is a Biomes rendition of the glories of thieves, an image of 7 dwarves and a gold short sword, a crescent moon, and the 7 dwarves are striking a triumphant pose. The 7 dwarves are admiring the gold short sword, and the crescent moon is burning. The image is the symbol of the furious stockade, our local dwarven government. What else did they draw? An image of a baguette cut gem. An image of a Bambara groundnut plant? What the heck is that? Bambara groundnut. Well, according to specialtyproduce.com, Bambara beans are a chickpea-sized, hard, round seeds, like peanuts. Huh. They ripen underground. The seeds vary in color from black, dark brown, red, white, cream, or a combination of these colors. Bambara beans have a nutty, earthy flavor and exist in Dwarf Fortress, apparently. Okay. Interesting. What else have you drawn? An image of a low boot. A well-designed image of large roaches. Huh. What else will you engrave? Large roaches, eh? As in the bug? The diamond bars have returned from pillaging diamond cheese. The moral paddle attacked the chance of pigs of the scalded books at diamond cheese. The dwarf seeker led the attack. And the And the defenders were led by the dwarf El Naso, Abby fondled. The dwarf seeker of the brass system of realms had tactical planning was superior to El Naso and outmatched the defenders. The attackers had a strong positional advantage in diamond cheese. The dwarf El Naso and the dwarf hobo. The dwarf El Naso attacked the dwarf hobo. El Naso's right thumbs on his right hand was torn off by the dwarf hobo. Looks like the fight was pretty sided towards us. Considering I don't actually think they had any metal there. It's very much a surface fort. Knowles, the scholarly depression of torches. The human Toses was struck down by the dwarf Knowles. A boar attacked the dwarf seeker. The boar was struck down. They're getting attacked by pigs. They're fighting with pigs. Well, I mean, Diamond Cheese, for those of you who don't remember, was one of my previous fortresses. And Diamond Cheese was a cheesemaker's fort. So the only thing we did in that fort was make cheese. And we primarily made big cheese. So I guess it's logical that they're attacking pigs and fighting with boars. I kind of feel bad, though, attacking my own forts. It's weird. The Ram Urist attacked the Dwarf Seeker. The ram was struck down by the dwarf seeker in diamond cheese. The dwarf, Ravod confronted Pimp Lord motherfucker. And the dwarf Ravid was struck down by Pimp Lord motherfucker. We are openly attacking and destroying my own fortress. That's a weird feeling. I'm not gonna lie. You might be stupid, Pimp Lord motherfucker. But you are winning. As you kick W. Yeah, it's mostly we're fighting with boars. They have a lot of pigs. You're stupid and winning, yes. A goose! Something different. A goose was struck down by the dwarf Knowles. A water buffalo bull confronted Pimp Lord motherfucker. The dwarf Pimp Lord motherfucker was struck down by the water buffalo bull. So, your luck seems to have kind of lost. You got struck down by a water buffalo. Seeker, the gander, Sham, attacked the dwarf Seeker. The gander, Shem, was struck down by the dwarf Seeker. The dwarf lizards, oh, there we go, confronted the dwarf Knowles. Lizards was struck down by Knowles. I like that you weren't beaten by a dwarf, Pimp Lord. You were beaten by a water buffalo. Hey, water buffalo is a large animal. The only difference between a water buffalo and a water buffalo bull or a water buffalo cow and a lion is one has horns and one has claws and a mane. The dwarf Sodal attacked the dwarf Seeker. And it looks like Side Scoop attacked the dwarf Hobo, and Side Scoop was struck down by Hobo. And Seeker struck down Sodal. This is quite the fight. Still going on. I'm looking for other... A turkey gobbler was struck down by Hobo. Congratulations, Hobo. You took down a turkey. This fight keeps going. It just keeps going. Hobo punched a dwarf in the mouth. Shouts out. Oh no! Knowles was struck down by the water buffalo bull. Granite mines. The ocean of laboring. Did you miss a tantrum spiral? No. No, I am invading one of my own fortresses right now. And from what I can tell, the dwarves still fighting are Hobo and Seeker. Because I think Knowles just got taken out of the fighting by a water buffalo bull, who is now named. So... I don't think we'll get the sword, though. Batome, I don't think we'll get the sword. A boar was struck down by the dwarf Seeker. So, from the looks of things, Seeker has returned. And has now killed Irel the Blue Peacock, a boar, Urist, the ram, Limble, the dwarf, a boar, Mesbeth, the dwarf, Shem, a gander, Sodal, the dwarf, another pig, Sodal the dwarf, Moses the dwarf, and Zang the dwarf, and 2 more pigs. And Hobo has returned. He killed El Naso, Side Scoop, and a bunch of other dwarves and some hens, a turkey, a guinea hen, and a few pigs. So, yeah, rip. It's kind of amazing that those two went and died to a fucking water buffalo. I'm kind of disappointed that they died to a water buffalo, but I think that that's kind of fucking funny. Also, that water buffalo was given a name. Granite Mines, the Ocean of Laboring. So I think it's time to retire this fortress. Sorry, Pimp Lord motherfucker. Those two injured a lot. Oh, those two. So we sent in 4 dwarves. 2 came back, but the 2 that died didn't die to dwarves. They died. You know, actually, I'm going to raid Diamond Cheese one final time. But we're going to raise. Openly attack and attempt to pillage the site. And see if we are successful. We're going to attack them one more time. So Neil, look, we are... I'm trying to say your name. Neil, look? Is that how you say that? I don't even know. Neil, look? Anyway. We are invading one of my own fortresses. I just think it's kind of amazing that the 2 dwarves that died out of that squad didn't die to a dwarf, they didn't die to a soldier, they died to a fucking water buffalo. 2 of them. 2 of them died to a fucking water buffalo. Of all the things that could kill you, you die to a water buffalo. Hard H like hard. You meant if the survivors were maimed? No, they weren't. Because the only dwarves that actually lost a duel were the 2 that died. The 2 that didn't return. Okay, so they've returned again. The water buffalo, Granite Mines, attacked the dwarf seeker, but the water buffalo was struck down by the dwarf seeker. Well, at least they had their vengeance. And the dwarf Kel was struck down by Hobo. The forces of the Furious Stockade searched Diamond Cheese. Victory by the monastery was looted. So yeah, it looks like we took them out. Looks like we destroyed Diamond Cheese. Shoutouts to those 2. You're tempted to go to bed early. I know that feeling. I feel really tired today. So, looks like they had their vengeance. Granite Mines, the water buffalo bull. Shoutouts to Seeker, who took out that stupid water buffalo bow. Yeah, I have a feeling that my dumb Canadian can't actually say your name. Because I'm trying to, like, wrap my brain around your description of it, and I have no idea. You're probably getting that feeling from me? Yeah, I'm tired. I don't know. But overall... No. We weren't able to take out Diamond Cheese. According to this. Although, considering the description of that said that we took it out, it might just be a bug that it's still there. But we killed that stupid water buffalo that killed 2 of my dwarves. So I will dub this fortress a success. And I think that we will retire this fortress for the time being. We did it, I think. We built a fortress and attempted to steal an artifact and failed, but raided my own fortress. Your fortress has settled into the rhythm of day-to-day living. Now, I would turn my camera on, but it's still borked. So instead of doing that, I'll turn my other camera on, which is this one, and say thanks for hanging out. Today's been weird. I feel like kind of foggy, and it's not nice. So. Is there anybody I can send you over to? Who's on? Because I think I'm going to go take a nap. Because I have a meeting tonight. Anybody playing Dwarfs? Not anybody that I recognize. Go eat? Yeah, I think I need to do that. Eating will definitely help. So I think I'm going to go do that. Thank you much, everybody, for hanging out today. It's weird not having, like, my normal face cam to just turn on. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go eat dinner, and if it perks me up, I will ping out on Discord, and maybe we can watch some electric cars go fast. Otherwise, I am, I think, done for the night. I think I'm going to send you guys over to... You know what? I'm going to send you guys over to Tone, because he's playing a game I'm interested in. I hosted him yesterday. Yeah, I'm calling it now. Actually, nah. Tone's AFK. Crap. Yeah, we're just calling it for the night. Since Tone's not online, I'm going to send you guys over to Alligator. Go tell Alligator I said hi. Yeah, if I perk up after some food, I'll pop on Discord and stream some Extreme E. Otherwise, I'll do that on Monday. You guys have a good night. Tomorrow's my day off, so I will not be on tomorrow. If you would like to watch all of the archives of my DF streams, there's more Dwarf Fortress on my YouTube channel than you could reasonably watch in a lifetime. And if you would like to support the shenanigans that I do on this channel, I have a Patreon where you can support me directly. Thank you for tuning in, if at all, if not briefly. And thanks for all of the tips and the bits and the gifted subs today. Hopefully, fucking tomorrow my camera works. I don't know what the fuck's up with this shit. I think it's just a restart OBS that it needs because my capture card's being a little silly. But yeah, thank you much for watching. I'll see you guys on the flip side. This is Alligator Fuckhouse's stream, or Alligator Funkhouse if you are below the age of 14, as he says. Although if you're below the age of 14, you need to be banned from Twitch because you shouldn't have a Twitch account. Go tell him I said hi. And I will see you guys in the next one. Peace.